All right. Well, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you're located. Oh, sorry about that. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever it is that you're located. Super stoked about today. Excited for the presenters, excited for all the investors that are plugging in and popping in and out of your presentations. Welcome. My name is Izzy Lozada with FEP Collaborative, Fidelity Equity Partners, and we're so excited to have our event today, the Start 2022 Roadshow. So essentially, guys, what we have here is a collection of our startups that will be presenting their ideas. We're looking for either growth capital, seed capital, but needless to say, we're going to have you stop sharing first there, David. Let me just stop that. There we go. Well, this is live, as you can see. Sorry about that, David. We're not ready for you just yet. I think Tom is on deck. He's going to be going first. But Dan, if you could spotlight me, that would be great. Perfect. There we go. All right, let's try that again. So what I was saying there with Fidelity Equity Partners, FEP Collaborative, our startup cohort is going to be presenting their ideas, looking for funding, looking for growth capital, seed capital, whatever it might be. And I think the climate is just amazing for this right now, as I've been telling so many of you. And in fact, one of our presenters here is leveraging that, some of what's been happening in the capital markets, the stock market in particular. Why? Because investors are nervous right now. They don't feel that confident about putting money into the stock market because of all the geopolitical risks. So this could be a great opportunity if you're listening live or want to get more information from these companies. That's why we do this. And just a little bit about Fidelity Equity Partners and who we are and what we do and what we're not. We're not an investment bank. We're not broker dealers. We don't earn commissions on the capital that's raised or anything like that. We're featuring these companies because we have a vested interest along the investors when these companies scale to larger territory where maybe they're acquired by somebody with a merger or an acquisition, or potentially move into the public markets in some way, shape, or form. We're not, what I say tongue-in-cheek, vulture capital. And not to offend any of the VC folks that are listening out there, you guys yourselves know that there's a lot of bad neighborhoods on Wall Street. Not everybody's bad, but what I like to say is I'm very much like a pit bull on a leash. I like to protect my clients and make sure they get the best shake at seeing money come into their companies, and also not get railroaded by some of the agendas and the interests that others might have by taking control of your board or anything like that. So we don't allow that here at FEP Collaborative, Fidelity Equity Partners, but we sure want to make sure that you get capitalized and have a good shake at doing that. So needless to say, we're going to move on here with some of our companies in just a moment. But I always like to start things off, Dan, if you can get our American flag here ready. I always like to start things off with a prayer and a pledge. And here's why. Folks, you look around this amazing world that we live in, and you realize how great our country is. We have an incredible opportunity. And what that is free enterprise. You know, you just can't start businesses in other places around the world very easily. But here in the United States, you can. And I'm so thankful for those of us that are in military families and folks that have served and are protecting free enterprise and the freedoms of this great country and around the world. And I'm just thankful for that. So, Dan, if you could spotlight the American flag, that would be great. I'd like to start and kick things off with a Pledge of Allegiance. Dan, if you're there and if you can get our American flag up, that would be great. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Hey, buddy, if you can shut that off, that'd be great. So let's go ahead and start. You guys can all unmute. And you can go right alongside with me. And here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Hooray.
All right. Yes, thank you for that. Well, Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for this group. Lord, I am so blessed by these people. I am humbled and honored that I get to be a part of the growth of their companies, just showcasing them. I'm just merely a conduit. And I'm thankful for each and every one of these people. I ask that you bless them all, give them a great event. Lord, that you would bless and protect each and every one of them, expand their territories, expand their interests, increase the amount of capital that would come into their companies. And Lord, that they would use it well and be good stewards of it and use them for the advancement of the kingdom and the glory of your name. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Well, thank you for that. We're going to go ahead and get started. We'll start things off with Tom Allen, if we can showcase him. And Tom, I've been impressed with you right from the start. You and I got to know each other for a while now. And what you've been doing with Apongo, I think is just so remarkable for the time, the era, the place that we're at right now with technology and the reality of not being able to be in physical places like we'd like to. And it sounds like, Tom, just with your background in aviation and the passion that you had, why don't you share with investors that are going to learn a little bit about your company right now, how this all began? Tell them a little bit about Tom Allen.
All right. Well, thank you, Izzy. I really appreciate that warm introduction. You guys have been really great. And let everybody know a little bit about me. I've been in small, medium, and large companies, primarily in the C-suite, managing engineering and product management. I've delivered telco quality products to the global marketplace in every time zone on both sides of the equator. I've joined two companies where I would join it at the gleam of the eye stage and scaled it all, and I joined it to scale it so they could exit out the other end. It also turns out I'm an aviation enthusiast. I've been flying like since I was 5 years old or so. So Apongo was born out of a lifelong love of aviation and fascination with technology. We identified an opportunity to help make the world a safer place by providing the industry with an e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots. Now, it turns out you can Google LMS and you'll find that there's a lot LMS for aviation. You'll find out there's a bunch of us, but what we actually do is manage the LMS. We do everything from soup to nuts. And we're the administrators, the instructional designers, the content developers, and the outsourced e-learning department. And what we realize is that other associations, small businesses, often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources to help manage the LMS. So we're here to make your LMS simple for you. A few years ago now, I met Greg Brown in Las Vegas. He's my primary contact at the Helicopter Association. He was very frustrated that he had an emergency and the current provider only guaranteed a 7-day turnaround via email. So I gave him my business card and said, call me anytime. Well, he did. He called me 3 times, and then he invited me to Alexandria, Virginia for a day trip to meet the executive team. So as a result of that, we took the LMS business away from Docebo. They're the largest LMS provider in the world. And we did that primarily because we're reachable and we're responsive. And if you ask Greg Brown at Helicopter, he'll say, you know, I'm really good with helicopter operations, but I don't know content delivery over the web. And if you look at the National Association of Flight Instructors, it's an all volunteer staff. Most of those people are full-time corporate pilots. They don't have time or the wherewithal to manage an LMS. Pilotsafety.org is a solopreneur. He's a highly sought after trainer speaker, and his content runs constantly. The last big project we did with HEI or the most recent one was this thing called 56 Seconds to Live. The Helicopter Association needs to improve the safety record of helicopter operations through better decision making. And it turns out that on average, after you make that last bad decision, you have about 56 seconds before you crash. And I'm sure everybody here has heard of Kobe Bryant in the LA accident that he had out there. I was out there, and sure. the deal is that the Los Angeles helicopter squad was not flying that day because the weather was so bad. And this guy took off anyway to fly Kobe to Los Angeles. A much better decision for him would have been to stay on the ground. So how do we do this? Well, we're the Salesforce of LMS platforms. We're the LMS administrators. We're the training strategies. We develop content. and we're service oriented. Now, you can Google LMS for aviation, but what we do is we do everything. And we're the outsourcing learning.
Interject a second. When you say everything, can you give investors some type of insight into what it actually takes to run an LMS platform? Because I think when you say everything, I was so wowed by what you guys do, and I think it's critical that we share that.
Well, there's sort of two aspects of it. There's the onboarding, which takes 2 or 3 months, which means we're helping them put their content together, uploading all their content to the LMS, make sure it all works, and we work with them so they can see what we're doing, and it's a very collaborative effort. That usually takes about 3 months. Then after that, there's 2 things that happen. Turns out there's a lot of variance in the world about people's understanding of how their computer mobile devices work. So we do what I'd call mostly second level support, but sometimes first level support, because somebody will call up the Helicopter Association and they just need help understanding how to get there. Well, I've done this so much now that I can just about in just a few questions ask somebody, where are they, things like that. So we get them past the problem, if that makes sense. So the good news is that after they're onboarded and up and running, the big value proposition is that our customers can call us, but once it's up and running, we don't really take that many calls from them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But just recently I was talking to Greg, and he did an email introduction, and he introduced our company as the LMS administrators. And again, Greg is great with helicopter operations, but he'll tell you himself, administering an LMS is just not what he does. And we're also very responsive and customer oriented. Most people in our business, I'd say, are not, but we can be reached on the phone. And because we can be reached on the phone, we don't get that many calls, but we do most of everything through email. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that's super important. And, to know that you can pick up the phone and call you if need be,
Right.
That's impressive.
So like when I was just at the helicopter show this week, or 2 weeks ago now. And so I had approached somebody who I think could be a new customer for us. And we, talking to them about the LMS, they're going, yeah. But when we said we administer it for you, their eyes lit up, and that created the opportunity to have another conversation. So I was really, really pleased with that. So why is there an opportunity? Well, COVID has forced the global education system to embrace web-based online learning and training. In fact, nowadays, where employees used to resist it, now they're demanding it. And in 2019, the worldwide market was $9.6 billion. It's up 64% in 2021 to 15.8 billion, and it's estimated to be 37.9 billion by 2026. So what are we going to do? We're going to get some investment in the company, and we're going to go do a lot more digital outreach to all of these other associations and other things that we need to get involved in. And we're going to also add the LMS administrators and account managers, and we're going to accelerate our roadmap. So our executive team today is James Roselle. He's somebody I've known for a long time. I've worked with him in a couple of companies. He's very technically steeped in what we're doing and why we're doing it. He's also a pilot. Tom Dennis is doing our marketing and brand management. Lynn McNamee is our chief learning officer, and she came from the LMS industry. She knows all of the players, all the value propositions. It's actually just remarkable and unbelievable the things that she's brought to the party. Waylon Kelso, he's a SaaS sales guy and a real go-getter, real impressed with him. Cassidy Peterson runs our product development. She has her own firm, but they do all the development on our product. And then Charlie Quinn is somebody I've known for several years. He's going to help with any outsourcing of human resources that we need. Now, trusted advisors. Izzy, I can't say enough good things about Izzy and the things that he's helped us with especially in terms of just being prepared to do this and making his pool of investors available to us. So we can't say enough good things about that. Dan Matthews has got a financial model that really made it easy for us to produce our financials and future predictions. And he's, I'd say, a subject expert in that. David Zumwalt is also someone I've worked with in a couple of companies, and he is a serial entrepreneur. He is a mentor. And works with a lot of smaller and larger companies than myself, but so I've known him for a long time. David Sim Smith is with Mobility Ventures, and he's here in Dallas. I've known him forever, so I see him at networking events and one thing or another, and I just run by him what we're doing and again get a lot of advice from him. He's very steeped in the venture capital industry and what's going on and who's doing what and why. Pat Hamner is with Patriot Capital, and Pat's claim to fame is he was on a board of a company I was with, and he comes to the board meeting, he has this box, and this box is, I want to show you guys my next investment. And he opened it up, and it was a Heelys. These the inline skates. And, I looked at that and thought, I'm not sure about that, but if you just watch TV or anything, Heelys just took off like wildfire. It was unbelievable. In fact, I was just talking to him about that again the other day and telling him that how well received his story is to this group. Dan Burmeyer, he's an M&A advisor. And, with any company, you need to be thinking every day about what it's going to look like out the other end. So he and I collaborate and make sure that we're doing the right things. So we're doing the right things when we get around to someone either acquiring us or having an exit. At least be prepared. Bob Bollinger, he's a CFO advisor, and he primarily came from the SaaS model type businesses. So he's helped with putting the financial model together. Him and Dan have collaborated really, really well. So I'm really excited about that. So what we've come up with is that in about 5 years, we'll be at $21 million. We need to make a heavy investments into marketing and operating and our roadmaps. So what we're looking for is about a $3.7 million with a safe with about a 20% discount. And what we're going to do, I think we've already mentioned, we're going to do digital marketing, sales, add LMS administrators, and we're going to work on the roadmap. The two big things on our roadmap is we really need to do a lot of analytics. Our helicopter association, they've got 4,000 member companies. And so they've been working with us on what kind of data can they get out of this thing so they can communicate to their membership how well their companies are doing against the training objectives and things like that, because they are going full tilt on safety. So we're going to help them with that. And then with any kind of web application, you've always got to be thinking about how to improve the UI UX. And our user interface is, it's time for us to just really rethink that. And so that's what we're going to do. Anyway, with that, does anybody have any questions? I'd be glad to answer anything for you.
Excellent. Great job, Tom. Excellent job.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Izzy.
Let's jump into, just my questions and commentary here. And what I love about your business is that it's subscription based, right? That's what investors.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I think it's important for them to understand that, because when you talk about the Helicopter Pilots Association, that's just one vertical. What investors to really understand is where this can really go. Let's talk about something like, the National Association of Realtors and continuing ed in the medical professions and all these areas of expertise, the securities business, financial services, where it's really complicated to manage and get a bunch of people in a room. I know, because I used to do this with CPE prep for accountants, right? And we used to have to invite them in for a free lunch, and we'd get a sponsor that would sort of have their own content in there as well. And then an accountant would the CPE. All that is so complicated, where you load up the content onto your servers. You have the folks that will plug in. You can track where they are in the progress of their education. All of this is just simple, and here's the power of it. They can do it right here. I could be sitting in the airport, on a way to go see a client. I could be doing continuing ed. Okay. That's about how productive Open is and what you can do. Can you speak a little bit to that about the versatility of Opango and where this can scale into different markets. I think it's remarkable. I know your numbers are conservative, but I think it's just such a great business, because once people have thousands of people loaded up into that, they're certainly not going to just want to switch to something else, because it's just a bear to figure that piece out. But once you get this humming, it's so simple.
Yeah, it actually, what's interesting is kind of once it's up and running, it really kind of runs on autopilot, if you will. Occasionally, something will happen, but in terms of verticals, yeah, if we could just be in aviation, that'd be great. But it turns out we've expanded into cybersecurity. That's another hot market. And for anybody who knows about that, there's this whole thing about the maturity model, and there's a whole lot of training that has to be associated with it. So we're plugging into that. I have a channel partner over in Mississippi she's got associated with 200 physicians hospitals. So she's really taken that channel and going into that. So that's really working out really well for us. And it just turns out there's I don't know, I'll say this fell out of the sky, but there's a company here in Dallas that's got this piece of equipment that purifies the air. I mean, it will take viruses and things out of the air. And with the current environment, it's really needed. But here's their deal. They're a small company here in Dallas, and they've got distributors all over the country. They don't even have a way of training all these distributors unless they go do an online deal. So they're talking to us, and they're over there developing some of their content right now. And so that's the reason. But the reason that we're there in any of these things is because we actually take the big problem off the plate, and that's managing the thing. And when I start talking about that, people who are what I'd call concerned and nervous, they get less nervous.
Yeah.
Now, the other opportunity that we've got with the Helicopter Association, they have these 4,000 member companies. Well, some of these companies would like to have their own LMS, but what they'd really like to do is put their content up on the HAI's LMS. So because we're in this business, we kind of brokered that deal. And if you look at the other opportunity for us, we're also brokering deals between organizations where we have content in both of them, but they want to collaborate, and they just don't have a way of doing that unless they have somebody like us in the middle that's administering the whole thing and kind of knows how to put it together. Yeah, maybe more than you wanted to know, Izzy, but
no, that's fantastic. That goes exactly where I wanted to go, and to know and understand and have investors grasp that as well. Because I think about in today's culture and the world that we live in, there's a lot of concerns with the big buzzword is inclusion, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you're a Starbucks or another chain. We don't have to isolate any one of them,
right.
But everyone has their struggles. So you want to make sure that your managers are appropriately managing these situations, and you can disseminate all of that if you want to provide coaching for someone.
Right.
If you want to provide new standards in your organization, you can deploy that. You can absolutely see a company wanting to acquire you and say, hey, this is such a great fit because we have thousands of employees. This is so simple to use. We could just have someone add this to something that they're doing in HR or whatever it is. I love what you're doing with Opango. Hey, Dan, how are we doing on Tom's time?
1 more minute.
Okay.
I've got one thing I'd like to say. The most interesting and exciting part about Opango is this. I get to meet the most interesting people doing the most interesting things. And because of what we're doing, they tell us everything.
Yeah.
And I'm technically curious. So I have learned a lot about the heart, the eyes, the lungs, purifying the air. And I just can't believe it, because if you walked in the door, they'd want thousands of dollars for them to tell you all this. They just tell me.
Right. That's fantastic. Well, give Tom a round of applause. Great job, Tom. I think that presentation was awesome, and I'm so looking forward to investors connecting with you. All right, up next.
All right, thank you.
Gal Gurniak. Let's spotlight Gal. Gal, when I first met you, you are certainly one of the smartest people that I've ever met. What you've designed here with your platform is absolutely incredible. Why don't you go ahead and share with investors a little bit about who you are and how this platform came about?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Izzy. And it's been great working with you and Dan. And you guys really brought, we've been at it for quite some time, of course, self-funded, but you guys really brought a breath of fresh wind, and really appreciate your perspective and exposing us to your team here. Yeah, so my name is Gal. I got around kind of 23 years in the infrastructure space. You know, half of that has been in the media space, where, you know, Comcast, DirecTV, EchoStar, and all of those guys, providing them software products. One of the biggest thing we gave them, you know, is the ability to move from, you know, the linear channel lineup that you guys all grew up with, to what they have right now, you know, the Netflix of the world, the Xfinity, one stream per person. And what happened as a result is that around 2010 or so, their infrastructure kind of ballooned, and they simply lost control. And at that time, I took a step back and evaluated the situation in the market and decided to create GEM. So yeah, easy. I can explain about GEM when time is right. Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. Please go ahead and do that, because what I think investors really need to understand is the power of GEM, what it can bring back to the bottom line. I don't want to steal your thunder for sure, but I think just being on investor calls with you and understanding the value that this brings back to their organizations, it's remarkable how you can implement this platform and really add dollars to the bottom line quickly.
Yep, agreed completely. And so what we decided, the team here, is to actually create a company called the GEM, that its value is to optimize its B2B customers' infrastructure. What does that mean? Make it more available, predict when it's going to fail, reduce the carbon footprint and energy consumed, make it produce more, make it generate more revenue. You know, how are we doing that? We're doing that by providing real-time and predictive analytics to our customers. And what's the tool that we're using? We basically built a platform, a software as a service, that allows us to do that. Now, we started with the media operators back at 2014, 2015, but then around 2016, we realized that, you know, there isn't enough pain, because they could just replace some of their servers and keep it non-optimized. So we took another step back and looked around and decided to focus on industrial. And inside industrial, smart manufacturing. And inside smart manufacturing, although the platform is general, we help around semiconductor, electronic manufacturing, and automotive, which happen to be right now the top hotspot in the problem that we have globally and in the supply chain market. And so this has been kind of a problem that will continue in the next few years, and we are right on top of it. The industrial market and smart manufacturing is suffering from a massive set of challenges. They would like to move from where they are right now to a more predictive operations, and they have problems with old machines, people that don't understand, and so forth. And we are able to solve that problem, and that's why we focus there. Now, what did we, as I mentioned, our solution is a software as a service platform that knows how to basically onboard any type of organization infrastructure, connect to the edges, connect to the middle of it. And basically we built a set of analytics frameworks, and within them, what's called the digital twins, which means data structures that define each of the edges, whether it's machines, whether it's something else, and around it, machine learning and AI, all of this in order to be able to create the value of what I said, improved productivity, reduced energy, increase on revenue. So that's what we do. We control the full flow from start to finish, from getting the information to from the machine, processing it, creating the analytics, and acting. And we do it all based on framework. It's not integration. It's a no code or minimal code, if at all. And this is one of the most sought for kind of models. Now, in terms of how the platform is built, and again, the platform is there. We have been deployed since 2018. The platform is now in its 3.0 version. It's built of two main parts: Precare Cloud that can sit in the cloud, whether it's on-premise or it's on a public cloud provider, and Precare Edge, which sits on the infrastructure and communicate with the edge. And both those parts communicate between them and then provide those analytics to our customers. And it's really flexible analytics that allows anybody from the VP level through the factory manager, through the machine operator to capitalize over it and get what they would like, to the end point.
So Gal, give me a really strong use case scenario, because, every inventor, every entrepreneur, every startup founder, there's usually some pain point that is this major cause, right? Where you said, you know what, I've got to build this platform. What would you say was the impetus for that, where you saw a certain industry that could perform so much better and you could figure it out with your software platform?
Right now in the manufacturing industry, if you look back, almost all across, but they have focused historically on something called quality, which is yield, and they optimized it throughout the years. However, they were blindsided by actually 66% of further improvement that they were missing. And those are things that we can provide and are related to performance, which is how fast are they working and producing versus what they can. And also predictive maintenance on how much availability, how much is the machine up versus what it should be, or the infrastructure. So we basically help them unblock this potential of their infrastructure, using the same infrastructure to basically increase the productivity by tenths of percentage. So with that said, we're not the only ones out there, but we excel with our analytics because we provide them better, more accurate analytics. We are faster to deploy, and we can show anybody from, as I mentioned, from the VP or the machine to the machine operator, what are the analytics that will help them on a day-to-day improve. Now, the market is very hot right now. It has never been like that. Starting the second half of 2020, we've seen the gate floods open. We see a lot of acquisitions happening. We see a lot of customers kind of finally understanding they need to go digital, and our market is growing in a pace that was never there. So that's why we decided to kind of wait to look again. We have a few flagship customers that are kind of multi-billion-dollar customers that are growing with us. And so we decided to go for this round. This is the first round that we are doing. We've been self-funded to date. We are in this hot industry and in the sub-segment of a manufacturing sub-segment. Now, we are not alone, but that creates also an opportunity. We are uniquely positioned in the quadrant of semiconductor and electronic manufacturing analytics. And so the rest of the competition that are there is acting, meaning those general platforms are behind, but they are trying to get to our arena. They are doing that by acquisitions and heavy investment. So as an example, PDF Solution, a competitor acquired Symmetrics to just be able to provide similar analytics. National Instrument, giant as well, acquired Optimal Plus. PTC acquiring continuously, and so forth and so on. So that's something that is happening and could be an exit strategy for us before
Absolutely.
we even, yeah. But we are looking for investment in order to further strengthen our position and just continue to grow. Now, you asked me about some cases. This is not a dream. This is not something I'm talking about. This is a platform that is actively working. This is an example of a customer, multi-billion-dollar customer that we've been deployed there since 2018. They have multiple factories. They have semiconductor and electronic manufacturing. When we came to them, they had some limited coverage, some humans that were entering data. And then we helped them. We deployed our product with them. We started with 4 machines, then expanded to from 1 area to 4 area to 70. And now they're asking from us to kind of rip out their existing kind of environment and deploy on all of the 700 machines that they got. And this is just an example. We help them significantly in their availability, in 20% faster product introduction and energy saving, and of course, revenue increase. So this is classic, and this is a repeating mantra with other factories that are behind.
That is so remarkable, and over a 15% revenue increase by just deploying your platform into their environment.
Yep. And that's and I just had a chat with another customer in Philippines yesterday. Our platform was deployed just a week ago there, and already they are seeing, potential improvements in their performance and the availability, as I mentioned, but surprisingly also in quality, which is the area that they thought that they are perfect. So it's really exciting. And, we've already been out there. We've integrated most of the machines out there. We have good market channels and partners, and we are growing them. We have some IP and patents in the works, and we've been recognized by the industry. So we've been out there. It's just the one thing that we haven't done is amplify, right? So we've been self-funded to date, and that was strategic because we wanted to have a few customers that, can vouch for us. But this is happening now. We now have also a growing market, so let's change the pace, change the gear, and that's why we're working with Izzy and team to kind of grow this. So we're looking for $5 million in this round. You can call it seed if you'd like, but it's mainly will be used for growth. We are okay to receive less and then do it in chunks. But basically we have a predefined plan. We identify the targets. We know exactly what we are going after. And we believe that after funding, within the first year, we'll be already growing to around $5 million. And then from there to 40 and all the way up to the numbers that are here, north to $100 million. And this is relatively conservative based on the size of the market that we are in. And the first 3 years is just in manufacturing, semi and electronic. So that's kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for growth partners, and those are of 2 types. They could be either those that are in the industry and will help us grow, or they are smart and they can help us with management advice and throughout this journey, because it's going to be rapid. So those are kind of the investors that we're looking at.
And what I find really exciting about this is because I happen to know some consultants in the business process field. The recommendations for this platform by let's look at government, for example, where oftentimes there's a lot of inefficiencies, and now you can deploy GEM into this environment where you're getting an outside perspective from a consultant that's saying, hey, this platform can not only identify those inefficiencies, but bring them back and help plug the holes and show these use case examples. It's absolutely remarkable to me. Can you talk a little bit about some of those outside partnerships that might be there? For example, here in the state of Colorado, I've got a friend that's working with the Bureau of Reclamation here in the state of Colorado, and they do business process, and that helps with identifying those inefficiencies as well. What kind of partnerships are on the horizons, and how do you get in front of those folks, Gal?
Yeah, so we have, in terms of partnerships that we've created already, we have created partnership with the top IoT platforms that are in industrial already, and the products that are in industrial already, whether it's SAP, for example, Software AG, that have been already deployed in the IT environment for quite some time, but they can't do what we do. So they partner with us, and then we go to market there. Another aspect of it is we're looking to generate partnership with service companies, such as ServiceNow, such as Zendesk, such as Jira. And those guys, if you think about it, all this IT backend that every organization has ticketing system, they don't see the operating side. And for them, it's a huge opportunity. Yeah. So, and our customer asking us, okay, can you connect us to a ticketing system? You get all those insights. I want to assign it to this guy. So we can do that with them. And so they are motivated. We are motivated. We are doing some talk. I just had a session with ServiceNow, is the #1 global, ticketing system just a couple of days ago. And I am talking to Jira. I have an ongoing strategic relationship now with them. So that's definitely going to accelerate us. We just need some, some
a little gas on the fire, a little gas on the fire.
Yeah, exactly.
and when you think about where $5 million will take a software company, I think some of the territories that you can start expanding into, and I know you didn't talk much about the global presence that you're going to have. You just mentioned a couple of clients in the Philippines and here and there. Just knowing what's going on in Europe. What I love about your platform is that's not going to disrupt this. If anything, everyone's looking for inefficiencies that they can plug up, especially what's happened with COVID, supply chain. Can you speak to that a little bit? That God forbid there's anything like that on the horizon, how GEM can help bring some of that efficiency to the forefront and not disrupt the supply chain like what happened again with COVID.
It's actually, true story, right? I mean, we've been deployed in multiple factories starting 2018 and 2019. What happened in the beginning of 2020 when, COVID hit, everybody ran away from the factories, okay? And there were huge disruptions. The only system that was left standing was ours. So, they were not able to go back to the factory, but they were able to log in and see what's happening. And then just a few personnel that were able to go in were able to kind of fix some of the situations that they found. And so kind of at the second half of the year, as COVID kind of started changing the wave, then the top management of those organizations really realized, okay, we must go digital. We must change. So that's kind of amplified the business with us. And that's when they came to us and said, okay, let's accelerate. So we are basically their insurance policy against anything that may happen, to the human factor in the equation, and that's how we're gonna help them, including of course the non-human, the machines and so forth. So definitely across the globe. Yep.
Well, great job on that, Gal. Give Gal a round of applause. Excellent job, Gal. Again, like I had mentioned, you're one of the most brilliant startup founders that I have met. Your platform is absolutely remarkable. It's been running since 2018. And I think with $5 million, that's going to supercharge your business. And certainly knowing that this is so prevalent right now, where everyone is seeing the need to figure out inefficiencies, investors are going to be all over this. So congratulations, Gal. I think you're going to do a great job with this. Excellent job. All right. Up next, we've got David Zeffel. And David, is Joe going to be joining you as well? Do we spotlight him or is it just yourself?
Just myself.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, David, for joining. David, I've known you now for over a year, and you've done some exceptional things in health, just in your own personal journey, losing 65 pounds, understanding this whole market and some of the pain points. Can you share a little bit about that, your background as an entrepreneur? I didn't even know up until recently that you owned a chain of Wendy's. So you probably saw this where people were just getting, all of this stuff in their bodies and not realizing what they're doing to themselves. And yet you figured something out in a way that would make this healthcare system so much better. And also bringing some attention to the fact that, hey, you know what? We're doing this to ourselves. And we're killing ourselves. We're eating ourselves to death. And I struggled with that for a long time. I was 285 pounds. Thankfully, I got down to 215. I got, some people call it the freshman 15, and somehow I put on the COVID-19 and probably COVID-20 is what I had, but sitting at my desk and indoors. But you've got an active lifestyle. You know how to lose weight, and now you're applying that in this platform. Tell us a little bit about your story and your journey. It's remarkable.
Sure. My name is David Zeffel, and I am the founder of Peace Health. And Peace Health is a very disruptive model in the fact that it's going to be rated insurance. So before I get to that, my journey is somewhat like Izzy's. I was a typical American. I got way overweight. I was up to 270 pounds. I was on 2 maintenance meds, getting ready to go into a third. And I didn't like the way that was traveling. It didn't set well with me. I was very unhappy. So I tried to figure it out. I tried to lose weight, failed, tried, failed, fails, like everybody else does. Your average American will try 125 times per year to lose weight, and they always fail. So I finally figured out how to lose weight and keep it off. I'm down, actually, since we've talked last, Izzy, I've lost another 13 pounds. I'm down to 192.
Holy smokes.
So, and I think
I don't know where you found another 13 pounds.
Well, I don't know either, but at the rate that I'm going, I think I'll be down to 185 here by my birthday in May.
My goodness.
So that's kind of where I'm at. Once I got off all that weight, I came off the meds. I was no longer on blood pressure. I was no longer on cholesterol. I didn't have to worry about my A1C, which was getting up into the pre-diabetic stages. And I feel so much better. I'm not a slave to those medications anymore. I didn't want to keep making it an annuity for the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's an annuity. And once they hook you on one of those maintenance meds, they can pretty much cash in until your death, what you're going to spend on their products.
Oh, I know. And, not to violate my own HIPAA laws here, but what I want to get off of is this toxic stuff, metformin, right? Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, I've had to utilize it so that I can regulate my blood sugar. But, there's a cost for that, right, David?
Yes, a huge cost to your liver.
Yes. That's why I don't want to be on it any longer.
Yeah. So you fix one, you break two. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
So if you ever go to your doctor, their number one weapon is medications, because they whip out their prescription pads. They give you the 5-6 prescriptions, whatever it is. And they say, if this doesn't fix it, come back, see me again. I'll give you more on top of it. So they're, trying to fix everything by breaking things. So, but anyway, I lost about 24, well, more than that. I'm up to 30% of my total body weight. And, that's where I'm at. My background is actually in business intelligence, and I have built the business intelligence departments for several companies, but the one in particular is Humana, which is the 4th largest health insurance company in the world. So I was able to learn and progress all their numbers. I understand the insurance side inside and out. I know how it works. I know the games they play. I know what they have to apply to. So it's a unique situation, because I sat on all their numbers. Every piece of information that company came through me. So when I was building this company, I thought, wait a second. When I was very unhealthy and I was on 3 meds, I paid X for my insurance. When I came off all these meds, I still paid X for all these for my insurance. It didn't change. I'm like, wait a second, this isn't right. I just became a lot more healthy, and I'm a less liability to the insurance company, yet I'm not getting a break from it. So does that answer your questions there at first?
Oh yeah, for sure. And just not to digress too much, but my health journey last year with I was in the emergency room there and got my gallbladder removed. 2 weeks later, got my appendix removed. There, it was just crazy. And what was funny is when they were in there, doctor said he identified a hernia, and he was like, "Hey, this one's going to be on the house." And I was thinking about you immediately, because he was like, "Your deductible is already covered." And I'm like, gosh, look at this doctor. He's just like, and anyway, he went in and he checked me out, and he said, actually, you don't have to get it, but being that it's going to be free to you, why don't you just go ahead and get it? And I was like, well, because maybe something could happen. I don't know. But if I'm good now, I'm not going to do it. But it blew my mind how they were willing to just add more weight to the system that I wasn't paying for, but somebody's paying for it, right?
They don't care. And unfortunately, the way the system is structured right now is the insurance companies only have a few levers to pull, and it is raise the premium, increase your deductible levels, or diminish the benefits. And they basically do all 3 every year. But once you get into your deductible levels and you've hit them, then it's a home run for them. Everything's covered 100%, and they just want that cash cow. It's what else can we do for you? Prescriptions are normally not covered, hit them. Surgeries that are normally not covered, let's get those too. They want to just bang them out. That's why when you go into the hospital or try to book towards the end of the year, say the last 3 months, it's almost impossible to get anywhere because everybody's hit their deductible, or some people have hit their deductibles, and they just want to get something done for free, like you had, unfortunately.
Well, why don't we go ahead and unveil a piece so that investors can understand how does this leverage against that, so that we don't continue to see rising healthcare costs.
Sure. Okay. All righty. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. So Appease Health is going to be using what's called rated insurance. And if you think about it, health insurance is the only insurance product on the open market that there's no rating. And you go into what's called a community rating. And they will take everybody and pool them together, healthy or sick, and everybody pays the same amount regardless of their health standing. And that's not fair. It's an inequitable model, and no company that has an inequitable model has ever survived in modern history. People will seek alternatives, and this is the alternative. So what we're going to do is we're going to rate the individuals on their health, and the healthier they are, the less they're going to have to pay overall. So that's the goal. So that allows the system to not to be so burdened. While we're doing this, we're going to be increasing the amount of education, because unfortunately, if you go to 100 Americans and ask them how to lose weight and be healthy, you'll get a bunch of different answers, and pretty much most, if not all of them, will be inaccurate. They just don't know how to do this. It's not taught in schools. It's taught by your mom and dad. And if they didn't know, then you don't know. And you can see the generational gap issue happening there, because each generation carries on the bad habits continuously. Yeah. So there's no stopping that. So our platform is going to use a lot of coaching, a lot of education, a lot of technology with AI built behind it to find the anomalies, help the individual become more healthy. And as they become more healthy, they'll pay less year over year, just like your car insurance. The better your driver you are, and the less you have as far as accidents, tickets, anything else, the less you pay year over year. But if you're a bad driver, it goes up.
That's so amazing. And when we first talked about this, and here's what I want to do immediately. I want to awaken the investor audience out there to just think about this for a second. Can you imagine if your next door neighbor had 2 DWIs, 4 speeding tickets, and a couple of accidents, but you were paying the same amount in car insurance? Wouldn't that just be weird? Well, that's what's going on in the world of healthcare insurance. And now Appease has a solution to that. I just want everyone to understand that's the real world.
That's the real world since 1960. So, and it's worked well for them until now, because the obesity rates are climbing. So Anyway, normally you will see the leadership and advisors at the back, but I had to put this up front because the team is just so solid. Almost everybody on the team has 20 to 30 years. Most of them are C-suite. The gentleman at the bottom right-hand corner was actually the CEO of United Healthcare, their consumer division. So got some strong players in here, and they know what they're doing. So anyway, let's go back and address the problem. So the problem is the cost are rising year over year. The light blue bars are family. The dark blue bars are single coverage. Both of them are growing. They're only going up, and they'll never come down. So it's just not the way that the system's designed to happen. It will only progress. And the major contributor to this, as we were just talking to, was lack of health, namely in the form of obesity. Obesity costs this country billions of dollars every year. Once you're in an obese state, you can promote several other items such as high blood pressure, high triglycerides, high cholesterol, and diabetes. So those start to exacerbate off each other, and they affect each other. But if you notice, this line's going up and this line's going up. That's no coincidence. They're directly related to each other, and there's no way you can dispute that throughout this whole thing. So let me show you a quick example of how this works. Just like Izzy and I were talking about, we have 2 individuals, A and B. Individual A is a healthy individual. His cost is $800 per month. But his cost to his plan, but his actual healthcare cost average about $300. So he's overpaying by about $500, and he's getting no benefit out of it because he's not going to the doctor that much. Whereas the individual B pays the same $800, and their cost is about $2,000 a month. So they're getting a $1,200 good guy out of it, being paid for a lot of the patient A's, if you want to call it, which is really unfair to patient A. And patient B is basically taking advantage of the whole process. So the model itself is going to be based on a large number of different plans, and we can tailor those to anybody that needs them. And you can get up to 30% discount within each plan. Now, this is all legal. We've already tested it out. It meets all the federal guidelines. And we will actually start at the federal ERISA plan at the self-funded. That's where we start at. And I'll get more into detail with that later. So by doing this, the healthy individual can be subsidized, and the non-healthy individual will pay their fair share, or they'll roll back into the traditional model underneath that. So there's going to be a lot of technology around this. Don't need to go into a lot of details around this, but it's going to be cloud-based, SaaS ready day one. Both the employee and the employer will benefit from it. And as a benefit, they'll both get reductions in cost. And this shows, how the track of the technology streams both the employer and the employee through the whole process. Now I'm kind of going at a rapid pace because I've got 23 slides to get through, but here's the example. So in this example, we have three people. We have a healthy person, average person, and unhealthy person. And what it boils down to is, in the current environment, the employers generally pay 60% of healthcare coverage, the employee 40%, which sounds pretty fair, but of what? Because that number only goes up double digits every year, you just saw from the previous graph climbing up. So it's very hard for both the employer and the employee to decipher what next year's costs are going to be. So instead of doing that, we go to the employers and we say, you should put in a stipend or an allowance, if you want to call it, a flat amount. So you'll have a flat fee that they're going to pay per month per member. And therefore, the employer is now locked on their cost, which they love that. They don't have to worry about the 20% increases every year. The employee knows exactly what they're going to get as far as their stipend, and they can pick from one of 12 to 14 different plans that's going to meet their needs and their budget. So for the first person, this individual is very healthy. And as you can see, he's got $140. He gets free health insurance out of this whole concept. He's getting a $700 a month stipend, and his cost normally would be $800, but because he's so healthy, he actually gets money, free health insurance, and money to play with. The next person, Amanda, is not quite as healthy, but she's average. So her cost is, with a 15% discount, is $680. So she has $20 a month to play around with. And then Max, well, Max has kind of let himself go, doesn't really care about how he looks or how he feels. His premium is $800, and his cost is going to be significantly higher. So he can either opt into the program, or he can go back to the traditional method, which makes this whole thing completely compliant. So anyway, that's kind of how the concept works. The path of the individual is twofold. As you can see, the gentleman on the left, he can either enroll, and when he enrolls, when we say we're going to test him, we're going to do blood work, we're going to do urine, we're going to weigh them, we're going to poke and prod, we're going to look at their complete history to work up a complete analysis of what their health is and assign it a score. If he doesn't want to participate in this, he can go back to the traditional community rating. So that's what makes this thing so compliant, because it's fully dependent on what the employee wants to do. If they do enroll, they will get education and training. We'll collect all the data for them to help them become a better fit person. Run it through our technology. Both employer and employee get progress reports, and it ends up lowering the cost overall. Any questions on that part of it so far, Izzy, or do you think that's?
No, that's really clear.
Okay, good and clear, good and clear. So our business model is we will provide, like I said, up to 12 to 14 health plans to fit the employee's needs. For the employer, it's going to be white labeled. They're not going to notice any difference. We'll just come in as it's called the TPA, which is the third party administrator that takes care of all of the health insurance claims, premiums, prescriptions, everything else. And the employer just pays us a fee to do this. And within this model, you will have what's called reinsurance or gap insurance. And if the individual employee or the group goes over their allotted amount, that will kick in to cover any of the differences. We already have a network provider group lined up. So we're going to lease everything from claims to pharmacy to network providers to dock in the boxes. So From an employer standpoint, it is completely transparent. And the employee standpoint, it will be transparent less if they want to go into the program, they get tested. That is the only difference whatsoever on that. The market opportunity is through the roof. As you can see, we're talking $1.6 trillion is where this thing is approaching. I notice I've got some errors there, but I'll get those cleaned up. That's not a big deal. But it's a very, very big market, and we don't need to boil the ocean day one. We want a small percentage of this, and we can make a lot of money out of a small percentage, grow this, and then we'll boil the ocean in the process. So,
yeah, and you know what's so great about that, talking about boiling the ocean, right? Right now, the traditional healthcare system is doing exactly that. And unfortunately, it's at our cost, right?
sure.
You're helping people with this because you're not ostracizing the ones that aren't a good fit. You're saying, hey, we've got coaching. We'll help you with this. We'll set up diet plans, weight training, all of this. Typically, healthcare companies aren't doing that. They're just simply saying, what would help us is if you join the gym. So we'll allow you to have $100 stipend or whatever it is. But with this, it's so much more. And that's so impressive. My hat's off to you with that, David.
Thanks. And also with what you just said about the gym membership, the average person goes to a gym 5 weeks and they quit, and that's a fail. So they just paid $100 for 5 weeks worth of service. And there's no contact with them at that point. They just let them drop off. Whereas we're going to be in constant contact with them, coaching them on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and making sure they're hitting their goals as needed. So back to the U.S. market opportunity, the initial target that we're looking at is 67% of all employers are self-funded. So we're talking a very, very large group of employers across the nation. And the reason that they're doing this is that they have to peel a layer of cost out. If they went fully insured, it's going to cost them 20 to 30% more than what they would charge their employees today, easily, if not more. So that's the size of the arena that we're looking at. We initially target employers from 100 to 999 employees, which represents about 16% of the working population of that 67%. From there, we'll boil the ocean and grab everything above it and below that too. So that's the size of the market. Our go-to-market strategy is we start in the state of Virginia. If you know anything about health insurance, it always starts in Virginia. Virginia has the most favorable health insurance laws that are so congruent with the federal ERISA plans. They're almost one and the same. So therefore, all the insurance companies want to test, market, and develop new plans in the state of Virginia. DC is very, very similar. So, and they're next to each other. So we'll be grabbing that market. And then from there, we start spreading out to the following states to get to, up to a critical mass. And then after that, we quickly blanket the rest of the US. And we can do this at the entire US level because we're at the federal level. We don't have to worry about each state's individual laws. We're just doing this at the federal level. So we can go into New York, California, Oregon, and Washington, which have the stiffest laws possible with no issues. We'll pass that test. Our sales channels, our network providers, they're being begged by their clients, who can provide better coverage at a lower cost? And that's a piece by far. We're going to have business development, direct marketing, and employee benefit brokers. Our competitive advantage is, well, we have pretty much everything. And as Izzy said a little second ago, they really don't have much. They just drop everybody off. And within this competitive advantage, we are actually applying for a patent. We've identified a patent attorney who's helping us. This concept will be patented. And once we patented it, it's ours. Nobody can touch it. And we can actually sell it as a service to other competitors if we want, or that just increases our valuation exponentially, because with a patent like that, everybody's going to want you. And just let you know,
I want to digress on that thought just 1 minute, because here's what I want investors to understand. One of the knee-jerk reactions with investors you'll hear all the time is, hey, David, or a startup founder, all the information you're giving me, it's great. But so what? What's the value to somebody that is going to be utilizing this? Now, let's think about the business owner that says, well, who cares? I don't really care what health insurance it is. I just want to help save on the bottom line. And I think that's what a lot of people need to understand before you're wrapped up here. And I know you'll get to it. But what I think is important as you're running through this is healthcare costs are going up, right? Now you have a static cost where you can project that, where it's not going to be climbing. You're not going to see any of that. And then how sticky it makes these employees because of the benefit with a piece.
Correct. And just to let you know, Mass Mutual, even though they're a life insurance company, patented a new process, and when they did that, their valuation jumped exponentially because they are now going to sell that to all the other life insurances because their model is very unique and different, like this one here is, and everybody wants to get in on it, but the only way they can get in on it is to pay, which is huge.
Yeah.
So additional revenue streams, this will be SaaS, just like we were talking about. We're going to sell this to other competitors, monthly revenue every month, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. We're also going to have a huge collection of data. And if you know anything about health insurance, data is king, but the amount of data being collected today is very, very fragmented and siloed and small in nature. We're going to have a holistic view of all the data, from how much these people are sleeping, what type of weight loss they're doing, how much exercise they're doing, at what time they do their exercise. So we're going to have all this data collected that we can sell on an anonymized basis. And last of all, we're going to go international, but that's not day one. That's a couple years out. But if you think about it, Europe and South America, they have private, South America has private insurance, which this would work perfect in. Europe has socialized medicine. However, a large percentage of the people, because of the time delays, it's like 8 weeks to see a doctor in Europe, they actually buy private insurance, and the private insurance is community rated. So this model works very well and meets all their requirements. We've already checked into that from their government to do something like this. So those are two huge market opportunities for us. Pro formas. These are very, very conservative numbers. And the reason we're going very conservative is based on the number of members and the revenues generated from members. And we got aggressive with the claims. So we lose money in year one, almost break even in year two, go positive in year three. And after that, we start taking off. That's $308 million within year five, which, talking with all of our advisors and our team members that have been in the health insurance company and run the largest health insurance companies, they said these numbers are just so puny compared to what the real market reflects. Again, $1.6 trillion is what we're looking at.
Wow.
So what we're doing is we've already raised money. We are in the process of building out as we're going, and we want to raise additional money. We're asking for $1.5 million in the form of a SAFE with a 20% discount. That will get our technology stack completed and built out and ready to go to an MVP. And once we have that MVP up and running, we test it out, we get everybody comfortable, then we start expanding very rapidly. So that's the look on the financials. Summary: better coverage, lower cost. It's a no-brainer. This is a very disruptive model that will set the health insurance market on fire, and it will be protected by our moat called the patent. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to contact me. And if there's any questions, Izzy, please fire away and I'll take them.
Great job, David. Give him a round of applause. That was absolutely awesome. And I know we're a touch over on time, but this is an exciting option for folks that are in situations that they're recognizing, hey, I'm not getting a big bang for my buck. It's so expensive. And I just want to speak to the fact right now that thinking about $1.5 million and how you're looking at, the insurance industry, that just seems like, not even a drop in the bucket. And that's what I love about a piece, because this SaaS-based platform, once we entrench that in there and it starts spidering out, I think someone's going to want to buy you very, very quickly. And on one side, you might have the consumers saying, well, gosh, if they buy this, are these, are arch criminals in the insurance industry that have been raping and pillaging people just going to twist this again to their favor? Or does the healthcare company benefit this way as well? So can you speak to that once you turn this on its head, even if you get bought, how there's still a lot of benefit to everybody?
Well, there'll be benefit because this will be the trendsetter going forward, and everybody else will either try to copy it, which the patent will prevent it, and or they will have to buy our service. This unique model is so disruptive because it's looking at the individual and what they need to be best served from a health insurance standpoint. And once you put something like this in place and the masses actually learn about it and know about it, then they never want to go back. Because again, if you're healthy, you should be rewarded. I shouldn't be subsidizing the unhealthy people. And that's the way it works. We just talked about that at the very beginning, but that's the way the health insurance works today. And that's very, very unfavorable. So once this is introduced, educated, trained, and is entrenched, it's like the genie. You can never get it back in the bottle. It's done.
Yeah.
So,
And, just one final thing, when you think about that, think about the apps that will come later on after a piece is out there, because right now I get pinged all the time with, hey Izzy, you know what, you'll be doing just, I don't know how it's following up my phone based on your great driving, and we can see it on your phone or whatever. You should be paying this much in insurance. Now think about all these health apps when people are working out or whatever, and they get this, banner. Hey, if you're healthy, have you considered a piece? Is this an option in your place of business or employment, whatever it is? I just see this exploding over the next 3 to 5 years, and I'm so excited for you. Excited to be a part of the team as well with investor relations and capital procurement. It's an amazing partnership that we have together with a piece, and I'm super stoked about that. Give him a round of applause again. Great job, David. All right, we're going to jump over to Ivan Ivanov. Ivan, you have something that is super exciting as well with what you've done with thinking about how the Ubers and the Lyfts of the world operate. And it's been an unfair, real type of landscape. And I've experienced it on my side as a customer. And what I mean by that, folks, is Booking Lane and what you've done here. And I'm not going to steal your thunder too much, Ivan, but I get excited about this platform because it's remarkable what you're doing. But, I experienced this when I was in Vegas. There I am with my family, and I go to select on Uber Black thinking I'm going to get a nice, Cadillac Escalade. That doesn't happen. And I'm relegated to an area to wait for, the share ride area. And it keeps saying, oh, my car's coming, and it's really not. Booking Lane resolves all that without having to compete with the Uber and Lyfts of the world. It really just makes it a better place for the limousine, the town car operators, the executive car, all the upper echelon, where someone's saying, hey, I'm willing to pay a little bit more and not get a Ford Explorer that smells like Happy Meals and cigarettes. So without further ado, Ivan Ivanov with Booking Lane. Welcome, Ivan.
Hey, thank you so much, Izzy. Thank you for this. It was a great introduction. Talking about Booking Lane, it's a business management and booking platform for the executive car service and limo industry that is designed to connect businesses, clients, and affiliates in one platform. So I'm Ivan, co-founder and CEO of Booking Lane, and I have a CFO, and she's a co-founder as well, Becca. We've been in this industry. We've been in transportation business more than 5 years. We used to run transportation business here in San Francisco Bay Area, California, and we faced a lot of pain points, a lot of challenges. So the first, being a small business owner, like a transportation business owner, you're not visible in the market. You always struggling with visibility, mobility. So if you want to run your business, you have to open your desktop, you have to have a laptop, or you have to go back to your office to manage your calendar, manage your business, like invoicing, booking, and stuff like that. And we decided to create.
And you saw that yourself as an owner operator.
Yeah, we're facing a lot of pain points, Izzy, and we've been in this industry, and we solved this problem. We solved two major problems in B2B and B2C side. And just want to introduce you, our team. We have a strong, young team, and I'm a software engineer. I have a Becca. She's a CFO, and she has experience. She is a CPA. She worked at Big Four. We have Mackie D, has more than 12 years experience in software engineering. We have a UA UX designer and project management team.
And if you can go back to that slide 1 second, I have to interject, given what's going on in our world today. Folks, if you can't tell, and any investor that is listening in or is going to be listening to this recording, Ivan's accent is clearly not from Alabama, okay? That's not a Southern accent you're hearing. It's Eastern European. And Ivan, I just want to tell you what you're doing for some of these folks where they're able to plug into you and still access the free enterprise system that our country has. I mean, it's amazing what you're doing, the families that you support. You and I have spoken on a personal level, and I just wanted to take pause for a second for what you're doing for each one of these faces that are represented here. Guys, there are families that are represented here that are in dire situations. And I'm so excited, Ivan. Not only have you given them a working opportunity, but you've given them an opportunity to see what the capital markets can do for a little company like Booking Lane, and when it becomes a household name over the next 3 to 5 years. And I'm so proud to be a part of this project. Thank you for all that you're doing and helping these folks.
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate it. And talking about business, transportation business, it's like underserved and has outdated technology. There is no automation system, and we solve all this problem. So Booking Lane connect affiliates around the globe, and it's a mobile app. You can download the app and you can run your business on the go. You can manage your calendar, reservation, clients, invoices, like affiliate. Then we also built simple rev share program. Let's say when I just moved to US, I opened my own transportation business, right? As soon as I stop work, as soon as I sick, as soon as I take vacation, I like keep losing my revenue.
Yeah.
So with Booking Lane, we built simple rev share. You can share a job with affiliate and build your own network around the globe. So for businesses, you can build your own website in our platform. You can install own booking widget in your website. If you have existing website, you can simply integrate mobile app and run your business in palm of your hand. And talking about B2C, like talking about B2C side, everyone, as soon as you start talking about transportation, everyone asks you, hey, how about Uber and Lyft? So Uber and Lyft is like unpredictable. You never know what you're gonna get. You're paying a higher amount for a ride, and like you're expecting like $100,000 Cadillac Escalade, but smelly Ford Explorer shows up, or like smelly Suburban. But it's just unfair for the users. And
I experienced that, as I was saying. And so that the investor audience that's plugging in and listening, think about when you're either with your family, with a VIP client, with your executive constituents. When you get off of a plane, do you want to be relegated to the rideshare area that's roped off and you're waiting for that, only to be disappointed? The answer to that is no. But when you look at setting up a car service, I know, because when I worked in the Wall Street community, in fact, the name of the car business was called Elite. And having that town car waiting for me on a late night, and my wife on a rainy New York evening, is so much more comforting than holding my hand up looking for a cab. Now, I realize the sea of yellow cabs has dwindled quite a bit in the New York City area because of Uber and Lyft. But the reality is you still don't know what you're going to get. And that's what I love about Booking Lane. It is indeed the Airbnb of the executive car service industry, because you know exactly what you're going to get. And in this world of, hey, I want to make sure that the vehicle is sanitized, I want to make sure it's this category of a vehicle, that is so, so important today. And there's really nothing out there that you can do that unless you go to an individual website, like a Limousine's website. And try doing that, folks. Try going to a Limousine's website. I challenge you to even do that right now. Go look up a quote for a town car, a Mercedes S500 or a Cadillac Escalade or something like that, and see if you can get a quote on that in the next few minutes. You can't, but with Booking Lane, you can. And Ivan, I think it's remarkable what you're doing with that platform, but go ahead. I just wanted to interject with that.
Thank you, Izzy. It's so easy to install and integrate existing website and mobile app to get booking platform on your own website. And I'll give you a quick overview how's Booking Lane app looks like. The B2B side, it's business management. It was successfully launched in Apple Store and Google Play. We're up and running and have more than 180 companies signed up. And we do have a more than 4,000 company in our database who actually on a wait list out of United States. And that's how it looks like. You can manage your chat, you can integrate website as well and communicate with your own customers like online. Like whenever you are, you can communicate with your people. You can manage your calendar, reservation, client database, like you can add card on file and build your own customer whenever you want. And you can build your own affiliate network. It's same as a social media. You can connect with people, you can share job, increase your revenue and ROI. Instant collect payment, invoicing, and fleet and fly truck, and you can manage your driver. So combine mine and Becca's experience, so you don't have to worry about your bookkeeping and accounting as well. So app is gonna do everything for you. And on the right hand side, it's gonna be a complimentary driver app for business owners. So you can see where your driver at, you can see how many reservations. It's so easy to manage his schedule as well. And it's so easy for consumer know where the driver at. And for B2C side, it's so simple to schedule a trip like an instant on schedule or schedule a trip for the future. And you will see what kind of car you're gonna get, what company name, what's the rating, and what's you paying for. So
That's
there is no
beautiful.
more guessing game. And talking about market and opportunity, even the COVID, the market is keep growing up. So the current market size is over 60 billion US dollars, and the market keep growing. Since 2019, market was grow up to 18%, and there is no like a domain player in the market who own more than 5% of the market.
I think that's something. If we can go back to that 1 second, let's go back to that slide. That's something that blew me away. You think about the gig economy and what it looks like in this country. It is astronomical, the numbers that are beginning to explode, because you have someone that is out there. Years ago, I'm 50 years old, so years ago we used to call it moonlighting, where someone maybe was a plumber from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. working for a company, and then they would moonlight on the side and do some of their plumbing activities. Now you have doctors, you have CPAs, you have attorneys. I know because I've met them that are doing Instacart, that are doing Uber, that are doing Lyft on the side to make some side gig income, because things have changed. Things have changed with the telehealth platforms. Things have changed with software for CPAs. So much has changed where it's becoming disruptive software. And now you can take a limousine company that has little to no visibility on the website, incorporate the SEO that you guys know how to do, take the booking lane widget, and now put that on their website, and it can connect right to the app. It's absolutely remarkable. And now someone has a business. If they just have one vehicle, if they have one nice vehicle, they can have a business. And if they're getting that kind of traction, instead of giving it up when they're sick, or if they want to go to their home country for a month or so, they can parse that out and still get a commission on that and still have revenue. It blows me away what you're able to do with that. And I think it's going to be an incredible compliment to Uber and Lyft, instead of a competition for Uber and Lyft, like many people think that it was initially. So great job, Ivan.
Yeah, thank you, Izzy. We also provide API for business owners. If you travel agency, it's kind of like drop shipping. If you not own any cars, you can still make some money. Like, let's say if you travel agency, you can integrate mobile app and you can share jobs with independent operator, like a business owners. It's just incredible. And talking about our partners and advisors, we have Easy. Thank you for your help. You always next to us, and Dan as well. And 5 years financial module. By the year one, the year one is gonna be like right after we close the round. And by the year one, we're looking for 7.3 million EBITDA, and by the end of year 5, we're looking at
It's an incredible growth when you see 10x growth in a 5-year span. And, you know, we ran through the numbers because we developed the models. And I can tell you this is incredibly conservative. And yet what this begins to do, and this is just US only. So when you begin to see what can happen globally, these numbers just really explode. So I'm so excited about that. When you have a subscription-based software as a service platform and how it can integrate so easily right in the palm of someone's hand, put that widget on someone's desktop, it's absolutely remarkable. Why don't you talk about the money that we're seeking there, Ivan?
Yeah, we're looking for 1 million safe notes agreement with 10 million post-valuation cash with 20% conversion, and the estimate for like conversion estimates Series A is going to be around up to 24 months. That's where we're at.
And that $1 million, that really supercharges the company, you know. And we talked about this, Ivan, and I'm not even sure that after you get the $1 million with that $10 million post cash valuation, that you're going to need another ancillary round. We're just putting it out there that potentially that's going to happen in a Series A. But based on how this scales, you know, you might end up getting bought by that time, right? Because I can see that as an upper echelon platform, an accoutrement to any of the ones that are available today. But it's remarkable what you're able to do with software with just $1 million. Great job on that, Ivan. One thing I do want to touch on, one of the revenue streams that you didn't go too much into was talk about for a moment, and then we'll finish up here, how someone, if they have an existing website, and maybe you can just share your screen briefly on what that looks like, having the booking lane widget. This was one of the things that really excited me. Your firm and what you've built, you guys understand SEO. You guys understand what it takes to drive traffic to websites. And you can do that where you can design this beautiful website like you did for this company, Deluxe Limousine, where they had no clue how to do this. And now look at the widget right there. You can move that around. You can place it anywhere, right? And suddenly you're connected to the booking lane software, and it's so simple. And that's what I love about this, is it takes the complexity out of someone that maybe is just looking to make, you know, a decent living. And you can do so well with technology and automation with the booking lane platform. It is so amazing. Speak to this a little bit, what you're able to do for a client that already has an existing business, and now you add booking lane to it.
So for existing customer, so talking about Deluxe Limo, it's our current customer, and we built like a landing page. You're allowed to go to our business website and you can build your own kind of landing page. And also our team can integrate mobile app. It's going to be a custom widget. So that allows your potential customer to book you online. Just for several clicks, they can get instant quote and they can pick car. So let's say by providing simple information, like a pickup location and drop off, and we can next security purposes. So existing customer can pick the car, you know exactly what you're paying for, you can see the pictures and pay for it. And reservation goes directly to a mobile app, and you can accept or reject reservation. And also once you accept it, you can share this job with your affiliate network, and you can still make commission. You can make an offer. It's incredible.
It really is. It really is. And my hat's off to you. Give Ivan Ivanov a round of applause and his team. Again, our thoughts and prayers for your friends and family that are in the middle of that conflict. You have handled it with such class. You're an amazing individual. The dynamic duo between you and Becca on the finance side and the technology side is absolutely incredible. I think you're going to give tremendous shareholder value to folks that are looking at this as a potential addition to their portfolio. So great job. All right, on Spotlight, Ivan. Thank you so much, Ivan. We are going to go to a break for about 15 minutes, and we are going to be coming back with my good friend and colleague, Duncan Burns. He's got an amazing product called the Veggie Dome. I don't want you to miss it. It's essentially, and Dan, if you can cue up the music here as we get started, we're going to have him come back and just show the microcosm of what a little small, what I would call a greenhouse can do right on your kitchen counter. You don't want to miss that when we come back, and we'll be back here in just about 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Go ahead and grab lunch, eat it at your desk, go refresh yourself, and we will be back right here in 15 minutes. Don't go away.
Illness.
right, welcome back, everybody. Duncan, are you ready to come to the stage? Let's go ahead and spotlight him.
Great.
Good to have you, my friend. It's
Yeah.
great to see you. You're in sunny California. By the way, what's the weather doing out there?
Oh, it happens to be beautiful and sunny sky and warmer, a little bit warmer than I like, but that's okay.
A little bit warmer than you like? I don't think that would put me off at all, but I absolutely love your neck of the woods. I had the pleasure of meeting with Duncan in Santa Monica when we were there, my family and I, and certainly is a beautiful place. And Duncan, I've gotten to know you over the last year, and you're an incredible entrepreneur. And I think what you're doing with the Veggie Dome is going to be something that sweeps the nation. You've already done some pilot sales and things like that, and you've tested it out, and people love the Veggie Dome. But before we jump into that, tell them a little bit about who you are, how you came to this. You have this background in film and editing, and all of a sudden you jump into the world of startups and being an entrepreneur. Go ahead and introduce the world to Duncan Burns.
Great. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that. I'm going to share my desktop now, and we're off.
All right.
Here we go. So I am the dad who wanted to help his kids eat more veggies, and they'd come home from school, and I wanted them to have fresh vegetables out on the table. And I have the patent to keeping vegetables fresh on the table because of the work that I did in the messing around in the kitchen that I did for that project. You can see that picture down below. The black and white picture is me as a kid in a greenhouse that my brother and I built. So my background is in liking to grow tropical plants, and then I grew up and became a film editor for many years. But in that greenhouse back then, I asked my brother, now, if the plants are just clinging on to the bark of the trees, how are they drinking water? He said, they're drinking water from the air through their leaves. So I grew up doing a different aspect of plants and biology. My brother went off into biology, and I decided to invent the Veggie Dome because, again, I just wanted them to have vegetables out on the table when they came home from school, but I ended up solving some problems inadvertently. One is that we were throwing a lot less vegetables out. In America, we're throwing away $100 a month. And I actually saw a figure recently that shows $1,600 a year in households across the United States.
That's incredible.
And those are vegetables that we bought at the store and brought home to eat. So one of the reasons is they're out of mind. We're putting them in the refrigerator in plastic bags in the dark. And really, this is a figure from the US CDC that 90% of Americans don't eat the recommended amount of vegetables, and they want to. When you interview people, they go, yeah, I really want to, make a New Year's resolution, and it never comes around to it because you walk into the same kitchen and you walk over to the same cracker box and you skip the vegetables that are hiding in the fridge. So the solution is that we make healthy eating the low-hanging fruit by keeping fruits and vegetables out on the counter where you can see them. Now, the thing is, I figured out the trick as to how to do that. And it seems simple, but actually it deals with the biology of the plants and is a little more complicated than you'd think. That cool kind of lid that's on the top allows ethylene gas to escape through the lid. And the ethylene gas is produced by the plants as a growth hormone, yay, growth hormones, but it also causes them to rot faster. Go ahead, Izzy, you wanted to say something?
No, I just laughed at that. The growth hormone.
Personally, I didn't even know about ethylene gas until after I had developed this lid that was making them actually last 40% longer in the kitchen out on the table. Now, how are they actually staying alive? I explained to you in the first slide with that black and white, is that they can drink water from the air. And guess what? They are producing that water themselves. Let's say dawn or early morning hours, you can see a misting take place inside the dome where the plants are emitting water vapor in the wee hours of the morning, and they drink of that throughout the day. But this lid that I put on top so I could have my kids reach in like a cookie jar for veggies, that accidentally allowed the ethylene gas to escape, yet it doesn't let the water out. it's a kind of an interesting contraption that this valve that / lid is that I made. So the market opportunity to the Veggie Dome is that everybody wants to be healthier and they want an easier way to do it. Guess what? On a successful Indiegogo, we had customers from 47 states in 45 days. I thought in this Indiegogo, we're going to reach like, okay, California, New York, Oregon are going to buy this. No, it was almost every state in the United States. We were only selling to the lower 48 anyway. So we've been able to sell 7,500 over these last several years. And that would be considered, I feel, a test mark. We've only been making 2,000 units a year. We've got to scale production. So our market strategy is how we're going to get those units sold is that we're going to be, and over these 4 years that I've described to you, we've been making 2,000 at a time, and we've done a bunch of test marketing. We've also got relationships with national retailers that are interested. They're not going to be able to put them on the shelves if you don't have 10,000, 15,000 units ready. So at the discussions we had, it was that they like the idea and we're ready. Literally 2 different retailers are ready. Partnerships. This is an interesting one. And Izzy actually helped to bolster this category with us in saying, you know what, you get them into hotels and on cruise ships, people see them, they use them on their vacation, then they come back and they want them in their house also. There is the licensing idea, which is we've got a utility patent on this now, just this last year. And that opens us up to have, let's say, maybe even a higher priced groups and be like made in Italy glass or something like that. The more expensive ones can be made with other companies, Williams Sonoma, something like that, which the utility patent allows us to do. Now, most of the sales have been online, Amazon, veggiedome.com has been our selling point. But there also is the concept of social causes, and cause fundraising would be one where we're not necessarily making as much profit on these. Schools are selling them, and they're having this fundraising campaign that allows the kids to sell, let's say, a Veggie Dome. They don't have to sell 30 boxes of candies. They can sell just 2 Veggie Domes and they'll make just as much money for their school. Plus the household that buys them, they benefit because they've got this new device that has the family eating and enjoying vegetables more. And that's how the Veggie Dome would be able to do a win-win on the cause fundraising. We've also got context. Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just speak to my experience with this new piece of kitchenware that we have on our countertop. It was so exciting because we had implemented this during COVID. And I had mentioned to you, Duncan, my experience with that as I was chopping up vegetables and stuffing our Veggie Dome full of that. And my wife was doing school around the table as things had changed remarkably with school and what that all looked like. And one of the nights I was getting ready for our ice cream event for that night for the family, and getting all the toppings ready, all the nuts and the M&Ms and the gummy bears and stuff like that. And my little guy, who I thought was going to grab a fistful of M&Ms, because he normally does, reaches into the Veggie Dome instead and grabs some cauliflower, broccoli, and some carrots instead of peanut M&Ms or gummy bears or anything like that that were going to go on top of our very nutritious ice cream sundae later on that night. And I was blown away because you had told me that the human behavior is, out of sight, out of mind. But if we can just have fresh fruits and vegetables in front of our families, this now turns into a healthy cookie jar. So if you can expand on that, Duncan, we're not changing human behavior. People want fruits and vegetables. They're just relegated to the bottom drawer and it turns into a soupy mess.
That's really true. Now, let me show you on this next slide how diverse the attraction is for it And in fact, what Izzy is saying is that we're not changing human behavior. We're allowing different people to take steps where they can, they're going already, which is, let's say, nutritionists are telling their clients, you know what, you need to have more fruits and vegetables. I mean, almost every nutritionist is going to be saying that to their clients. But how can their client actually make a change in their life? Is by having this simple device sitting on the counter. You fill it up with vegetables and you eat them. That's the directions. Fill it up with vegetables and eat them. Return, you know? But this is the thing. We've actually been able to make headway and are in contact with individuals in the nutrition industry. In there, obviously, we've got connection with the vegan community and the folks that are going plant-based. Many of them love it. I've got vegan chefs that swear by it. It's also obviously a housewares type of product, and we're going to change that industry in that there's a new category out of refrigerator, produce keeper. And also the weight loss industry is really definitely something that is going to be able to use this as a tool. So we're not changing people and telling them to have a different lifestyle. We're giving them another tool to put in their toolbox for people who are trying to lose weight, and pro athletes and trainers who are also involved with different methodologies of helping their clients get better. They just say, hey, get one of these Veggie Domes and you'll be able to make that difference easily. It's like it's giving them a step ladder to reach that higher shelf. Same thing as the Veggie Dome. You got it on the counter. It's really easy. You wash the vegetables and put them in there. And the healthcare industry, which is really big. And there's a huge movement in the healthcare industry saying, you know what, we're going to boost our immunity system and also fight type 2 diabetes and heart disease and some of the major maladies of our nation if we really go towards eating fresh produce and really good veggies in our diet is a way in which people can reverse many of these conditions. Now, our senior management team is a small group, but we don't need to be too much bigger, really. We need to be able to handle an increased inventory. But right now, we've got Phil Nardell, who has been in many different corporations, both small and large corporations, as a CFO and in management. He's great. Trevor Anderson, who is just one of these incredible guys in terms of being proactive in solving problems. I'll be in a conversation with him and he'll immediately have already 2 or 3 solutions to what we're coming up against. Pat Fiore, who is a really wonderful person to and just inspiring person to work with, but she specifically has worked with category creators. So she knows how to introduce a new product, including especially into the natural and organic groups and lifestyle groups. We've got also many advisors, and I'm not spreading myself out that thin, but what I'm actually doing is over these last years, having made strategic partnerships, I find that almost everybody says yes. They're really interested in this product. They think it's a good idea. It'll make a great addition to people's households, including John Sally, NBA champion. Izzy has been great in terms of our capital procurement. It's just an incredible asset, and I've loved working with you, Izzy. And also David Katz, who is, I listed earlier, nutritionist. This man has 1 million followers on Instagram and on LinkedIn. And you know what? He's got 2 Veggie Domes and he wants to be able to incorporate it into his methodology. We've got doctors and surgeons who swear by it, authors who've gone through certain things like heart surgery that the doctor said, I had my own heart surgery and I wouldn't have done it if I'd had something that would be really bringing vegetables more into my daily life. So there's a whole list of advisors and more that I've been working with. Use of funds, just the basic idea for where the funds, the direction of the funds going. It's the lion's share is towards scaling our inventory. Also, we are going to be making new molds, and I've got the CAD drawings for the new ones, which are going to save us money because they're going to be 3 pounds lighter if they're made in glass. and even lighter if we go plastic. The molds are going to save us money in automating the production. And so that's this big, huge step that we're going to. And obviously, we need to be able to execute the go-to-market that I've talked about. And we have a staff operations that stays very lean and moves us forward into the next phase. Our financial summary is we are going to be making, as it says here, $40 million in the next 5 years. We're starting off low down because we will be making the molds in that first period. The first 6 to 7 months will be the production of the units, but then we'll be positioning ourselves to be the next new thing in the kitchen. We are like the way in which the landscape of the kitchen shapes towards a new, let's say, plant-based and green environment. People are thinking about that much more, and vegetables are aware of much more available in the market throughout the nation. But guess what? We're throwing it away. So this is the thing that we're going to be able to rectify. Our funding, we're raising $750,000, and there's 2 different ways we're doing it. One is a revenue share, and that is going to be for more short-term ROI. It'll be within that first year and a half that we'll be able to have an ROI on that, and also an equity through a safe agreement.
Great
Veggie
job.
Dome.
Great job, Duncan. And
Thank you.
what I want to jump to is I want to think for a moment, or have the audience think, the investor audience, what this could turn into over the next 5 years. And, you know, looking at that slide that you had, and some very well-known sports figures, one of them being John Sally. Let's think for a moment about a cheap little electric grill. And suddenly you put the name cachet of George Foreman that knocks the fat out of your food, right? And really all it is a skillet that's tilted with, you know, it's got a catcher for the grease. And all of a sudden, billions of dollars in this household appliance were sold through QVC and everything else. And it became a household name as seen on TV and all that, Kevin Harrington. I say that because I think you're on the brink of something like that happening. When you have the cash to be able to produce all, because we already know there's a huge demand for these units. We've done the test markets. We've gone into other fields to see, is this something that is wanted on cruise ships, hotels? Everybody wants this, right? So now we've got that tension mounting of, okay, we want this. Can you get it? Now it's a matter of, we're going to facilitate this with some money. And who's going to be the one that goes on there? I don't know. Maybe we'll license that with a sports figure or something like that. But I think it's remarkable what you've set up in there. And if you could speak to a little bit about, because you touched on it earlier, the licensing aspect. And I think this could be something that's found in the Crate and Barrels of the world, the Williams-Sonomas, the Pottery Barns, that type of thing, because people are going to want, especially when they're entertaining in their homes, and more of that category is beginning to spike due to COVID. People don't want to be in these outdoor spaces. They want to bring that into their home and have their own private spaces, right? So now you have fresh fruits and vegetables with that. Can you speak to that a little bit, what that could look like in the future, partnering with somebody that, you know, one of the ideas that we had come up with is someone having their name, their signature etched right on the glass. It's their brand name on there, and it's partnered with the Veggie Dome. I think that could be huge for the company, and certainly we need some capital to facilitate the demand with that. But go ahead and speak to what that could look like here as that all gets facilitated with cash.
Well, let me first of all say that the concept of an influencer or even a set of influencers from different type of avenues, meaning there might be the sports trainers, there might be the movie stars, there might be that type of thing, is that everybody's been interested in being part of that. And as we reach out to influencers, you know what happens is this product has a purpose. The purpose is to enable households to become healthier. Yes, it looks fun. Kids love going up to it like a cookie jar, and it's actually a very good kind of beautiful thing to look at in celebration of the good things in life. But the people that are involved are saying, I'm going to be a good guy in that I'm promoting something that's actually going to help families across the nation. And it is really interesting also to look at, Izzy, and this is one thing that I hesitate to say, this is the Tesla of the kitchen or something like that. But you know what? It is the Tesla of the kitchen. You know why? Because we looked at a problem differently than anything else in food and in kitchens. We're changing the landscape because we're looking at the biology. What do the plants enjoy? What do they want? And so that we're providing that in this setting that I got a utility patent on after running these scientific tests on it, that the people that are interested in it are saying, this is for the good of people. This is a purposeful invention. Yes, it's great to have a simple barbecue or something like that do well, but the people that are getting behind it are feeling really purposeful and good about it. And that's like bringing on the larger stars. It's really, we've been able to reach some pretty good people that way. And yes, having the logos etched on the Veggie Dome side, they'll be part of that avenue of sales. But Izzy, more.
What I'd love to do, Dan, if you could spotlight Kate Ralston, I believe her and her husband Kyle are there. Here are some experts, and what I'd love is their opinion, especially given now the need for gut health and how important having fresh fruits and vegetables on your kitchen counter, as opposed to the token chocolate chip cookie or Oreo cookie. Like, listen, I'm guilty of it. We've had cookie jars before, but now we've got the Veggie Dome featured on our counter, and it's so funny how especially my oldest, who's a high-level athlete, is shopping, and helping with that and shopping differently, choosing better things. And Duncan, thank you. The impetus for that was the Veggie Dome. It's absolutely remarkable. So Kate and Kyle, thanks. I know you're going to be sharing a little bit later, but you're experts in this area. And if you could just speak to how that could change the direction of, people's gut health, having this on the kitchen counter. What's your opinion on fresh fruits and vegetables and incorporating that in your diet?
Oh, it's critically important. And what we find is that we need nutrient dense foods. And what causes us to gain weight and become obese is we're not getting the nutrient density in our food. So we're just grabbing calories and consuming calories, right? And that's what's leading to the problem in the gut microbiome and obesity. So vegetables and having them right on hand like this, I mean, what we're going to come talk to you about in just a few minutes, a Veggie Dome is going to be such an integral part of it. And so many of the people you've had on today are just amazing, Izzy. And I think that Veggie Dome is going to be a huge thing for change. What we have to do is shift people's perspectives, right? And shift their mindsets. And if something's right in front of them, the vegetables are right there. Well, that's going to make that an easy step.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And all I would like to add is I think we need to look at a model of prevention and healthy lifestyle as opposed to the sick care system that we currently have, that we call a healthcare system. And vegetables and fruits are a major part of prevention.
No question. And you look at the categories of plant proteins and all these different things that are being marketed today. It's not like our body didn't know that we needed that. We're just starting to awaken to, hey, what am I doing to myself? I'm eating these terrible foods. I'm filling up on calories like you had mentioned. And now I'm wondering, why can't I fight off the common cold? Why is my immune system being so hit hard from things that are all around us these days, and how fresh fruits and vegetables could really be an answer to that. So Duncan, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. When this gets capitalized, I think it's going to sweep the nation. I think people are going to blush when they don't have one of these on their counter, like, oh, you're not offering fresh fruits and vegetables to you. And I'll finish with this, because one of the things that, coming from my background and culture of, I'm Puerto Rican, and we eat a lot of fried foods and, rices and starches and things like that. But, when I came out here to Colorado, where people think a little bit differently with health and the outdoors, when we were having like little birthday parties and stuff like that, and people are asking questions like, oh, is there going to be peanut butter there? Are you going to have fresh fruits and vegetables? We're actually vegetarians. My son is gluten-free. All these different things. We're being awakened now to all the things that we were poorly doing to our body, and the Veggie Dome is an answer to that. So Duncan, thank you so much for what you're doing. I think it's going to sweep the nation when you get capitalized. Great job. Yeah. All right. Up next, we've got Paul Angett. Paul, I think what you're doing is absolutely incredible with the intelligent signs that you have out there. You know, when you think about billboards today, and I certainly don't want to steal your thunder, but when you think about that and how they just don't work as well as what you have, there's no doubt in my mind this is going to be something that sweeps the interstates around this country. And I'm so looking forward for you to share what you're doing. You're on mute, by the way, Paul. So go ahead and unmute yourself. And I want you to share a little bit about your background. You're an incredible entrepreneur, inventor. You've got multiple patents under your belt, and innovative billboards is something that I think is going to be another tremendous success under your belt. But why don't you just share with the investor audience a little bit about your background and how this all came about?
Okay, in terms of my background, I'm Paul Angat, the company's Innovative Billboards. I have 42 patents. I've sold $100 million of stuff I've patented. I was named Entrepreneur of the Year a few years ago. And I actually had this idea 6 years ago. I was driving down a highway and I started seeing LED billboards, and I realized that I knew they were expensive. In fact, at the time they're quoted 300 grand, 350 grand. And so I researched them and I found that they would dramatically increase revenue because you'd go from one customer up to 6, 7, or 8. So with that, let me jump into the presentation. The product is Billboard in a Box. This is our investor presentation, and I'll cut it to about 15 minutes, 5 minutes of questions. And what it is, it's a 14 by 48 foot scrolling billboard. It scrolls either up or down and holds up to 12 different ads. They change in under a second. They're typically up for 8 or 10 seconds. We've raised $1.6 million to date. We seek $500,000 to get to market. This will be the last round, and it's a 34 to 1 potential return on investment. So LED is only 3% of the market. That's me standing in front of an LED billboard many years ago. And the reason is because of the value proposition. They're not cost effective. And as a result, they're only 3% over 16 years. We have a very clean, simple business model. We will build the billboard for 30 grand, sell it to the customer for 60 grand, start sales in third quarter this year. We're building a full-scale prototype right now. The key aspect is it changes profit from 4 grand per billboard each year annually to 40 grand. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. You increase profit 10 to 1 from 4 grand to 40 grand. And you do that, some background, LED I mentioned has been around since 2005. And LED is about double the cost. And what happens with our billboard in a box, we'll sell it for 64 grand, 16 grand installation and freight, so it's 80 grand installed. But LED also has 10 times higher electricity cost and are banned in parts of 11 states. So if you look at the payback in years, this is a key slide in the presentation. You take one customer at 2 grand versus LED at 8 at 1,300, billboard in a box 8 at 1,200. So the profit I mentioned goes from 4 grand, 36 grand LED, 40 grand billboard in a box. But all the billboard companies look at the ratio of installed cost to profit. So in our case, it's 2 years. And I'll tell you, you have to have 2-year payback versus 4 years for LED. And that's why LED is only 3% of the market. So LED is really not the competition. We really don't have competition per se when it in 16 years, it's only 3% of the market. So that's why in this case, you would not retrofit LED, but you will do billboard in a box. When you look at the market, it's gigantic. There are billboards are banned in 4 states. There's 165,000 14 by 48 foot billboards in the US, about 3,600 per state. So there's about 160,000 that are not LEDs. It's 68,000 in the non-addressable market, 92,000 in our addressable market. And what that is that's where you have 2-year payback. So it's 92,000, which is 2,000 billboards per state in our addressable market with 2-year payback. So in our sales forecast, we're only selling 6 per state out of 2,000 in year 1, 12 in year 2, 18, 24. So that's 30 billboards per state out of 2,000 billboards per state in the addressable market with 2-year payback. And typically, this is part of Michigan, we'd expect to sell 30 or 40, not 6 or 12 or 30. I'm talking about the first year. So yeah. It's very conservative numbers. All right, the patent is issued. It's very broad and it blocks competition. There's a number of features. The spec is minus 50 to 150 degrees, 30-year life, 10 years with no maintenance. It's impervious to rain, ice, snow, sleet, hail, handles winds up to 100 miles an hour. I mentioned the patents issued, very broad claims, totally blocks competition. There's some key features. We have what we call rolls of signs and curtains, and we do that so you can get at any ad. We hope it holds up to 12 ads. We have a working prototype, quarter scale, from a couple years ago. It simulates production. I have a video on it. In a longer presentation, I would show it, but it just shows it scrolling. And it's very similar to the present prototype we're building. We're building the full-scale prototype right now. It's half done. Will be done next month. We have a custom trailer, reduces the freight cost. And then here's an animation that shows how to add, move, or remove ads. So a key thing is that you can add or move or remove an ad with two guys in 10 to 15 minutes. And you can do it in any rain because there's a roof that snaps up overhead. There's some side curtains that come down and a back wall, not shown here. So this is just a kind of a short animation that shows the ease of installing ads, but it gives you a perspective of how big the billboard in a box is. So I mentioned it's 14 feet tall, 48 feet wide. The ads scroll in under a second. So here's a roll to be added. There's an app for your cell phone. There's also a tablet in the billboard that explains how to add, move, or remove ads in minutes. It's designed for a 5th grader that doesn't go to college. It's kind of idiot proof. So we show steps along the way, what buttons to push, what to do on each step. So there's the two guys, the door comes up, and then if you're going to add an ad, it tells you what to do. So there's Walmart, for example, going in between. So it has complete flexibility. You can add any ads in any position you want. They snap apart very easily, slide the roll in to be added. There's some hooks at the top. You just pull it across. It's very easy to do, straightforward. The billboard companies love it because of the simplicity and ease. And there's nothing on the market that has 12 ads. There's nothing, period, other than a few Tri-Visions that have 3 ads, and they've had mechanical problems and they're phasing out of the market. So that's kind of the animation. I want to at least show you that. Let me move on.
That's
So
fascinating.
the team, I mentioned my background. I've sold 10 million products I patented. Jim Berline owns Berline Advertising. They buy billboard advertising among all advertisers for Wendy's in 30 states, Buffalo Wild Wings, Total Healthcare, and so forth. Casey Chuck is a consultant. He designed the leveling system for the M1 tank back in the 80s. He's one of 10 PhDs on the project. So there's some very sophisticated software, mechanics, controls, and so forth. We use Analyzer. It's a world-class firm in India for the analysis of life. Again, our goal is 30-year life, 10 years with no maintenance. And we've looked at the design of the motors and bearings and strength and steel. I mentioned handles winds up to 100 miles an hour and so forth. And then we've also used a world-class company called Monroe, and they do design for like Tesla, airplanes, submarines, military vehicles, Ford, GM, Chrysler, you name it. They were really helpful in our lean design. Our board is very strong. Jim Berline, Bertie's a CEO of McLaren Hospital, Dan Wilson. David and his partner invested $500,000 recently, and we have strong advisors, Dykema, Brooks Cushman for patents, and BDO for accounting. We talked to probably 30 to 40, maybe over 40 now, billboard companies out front. It's the largest in the US. Tom Carroll thinks it's phenomenal, thinks he'd sell 20 or 30 the first year. And pardon me. And he's a couple hundred in Michigan, not just 6 or 12 or 18. Paul Presser from Lamar thinks it's fantastic. They're 1.75 billion in revenue. Outfront's 1.8 billion in revenue. Tom Carroll from Adams. Tom would like to be our VP of Marketing and Sales. We've talked to 20 to 30 billboard companies beyond that. Typically 80 or 90% are very, very interested in buying our billboards if they're in the addressable market. They had phenomenal interest. When you look at the revenue that comes back to owners in year one with 6 billboards per state, our profit 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. per state out of 6 gives profit of 101 million. Sale of the company in year 5 of 6 times, 5 times, in year 5 of 6 times EBITDA or $33 million, which is $202 million. So we go back to owners. Our exit strategy would be to sell to a major player like JC Decaux in France, Outfront, Lamar, Clear Channel, Adams, or a media company. So if we take the total out to owners in year 5 total, it's 101 million. Sell the company for 202 million is a total of 303 million. If I take that, this round gets 2.8%, it's 8.4 million on a $250,000 round. It's really two rounds of $250,000 each that we're going after. This first round is 34-to-1 return. So if someone invests now before the prototype's working, it's 34-to-1 return. After the prototype's working, it's 20-to-1 return. And the prototype will be working in about 30 to 45 days. So potentially 50 grand gets 1.7 million plus money back in about 2 years. And there's no future dilution. So any dilution comes from the ANGOT group. So even if I were to raise $1 million, we would raise $1 million instead of this $500,000, that you still get your 34-to-1 because the dilution comes from the ANGOT group. Very unique proposition we have. So I mentioned the price increases after the prototype's working to higher rate, but it's 20-to-1 return. Use of funds, a couple hundred grand of working capital operations, 115 prototype and testing, 110 tooling, 75. I mentioned we've raised 1.6 million to date. $500,000 is all we need to get to market. This is our final round. So design's done. We have a quarter scale working prototype we showed a couple years ago. The full scale design is done about 50 or 60% done now. All the parts will be there in the factory by the end of this month in March. In a couple days, everything is there, and then it'll be assembled next month, and it should be working shortly after that. We have 2 world-class design firms plus 10 PhDs. The full scale prototype's being built right now. It's being built here in Michigan, in Brown City, Michigan. It's patented, very novel, and we plan to start sales in 3rd quarter this year. 34-to-1 potential return on investment, 25 grand minimum, and that's with the sales of 6 out of 2,000 in year 1, 12 out of 2,000 in year 2, 18, 24, and 30 out of 2,000 in year 3, and 4 and 5. So that's it. And there's no future dilution and money back in 2 years. We have a ton of other materials available. Risk analysis, a ton of materials here. Investor plan, business plan, operating subscription agreement, 5-year cash flow plan, cap table, projected cost by part, labor overhead and profit, the patent, the video of the prototypes and so forth. So that's the presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Excellent job. Give Paul Anget a round of applause. Great job, Paul. And, you know, when we're on investor calls, I think one of the things that came up, and I would love the investor audience to hear this because you've got a great answer for this. And it was one of the first things that I had when we were first talking. So Paul, billboards are working. You know, why this? What makes you think people are going to buy this? You see the massive interest that you're getting with the Clear Channels, the Lamars, the Outfronts. You know, I've seen before those billboards that I think they're like a triangle shape and they kind of just change. And there's also some LED billboards. So, you know, the big question is, you know, as I was mentioning earlier, you get investors that oftentimes will say, okay, all this is great, but so what? What does this mean? Is anybody really going to buy this? And I think you have a phenomenal answer to this because there is a tremendous need. And why don't you explain to the investor audience why, number one, I mean, I think there's some states where certain types of billboards are banned. And then the other thing is, you know, the changing of these billboards and what that all looks like and, you know, the life of others. So can you explain all that to help investors quantify why it's going to be massive?
Yeah, sure. The only way you can really increase profit today is really by going with multiple advertising because you're really limited. You know, if you have a billboard, you know, you take these 165,000 billboards or 160,000 of them that are static. There's a few tri-vision billboards, but it's like 1 or 2/10%. They have 3 sides, but they're they have a ton of mechanical problems. So that's kind of a non-factor. But the thing is, there are very few new places out of the 165,000 14 by 48 foot billboards. There's only a 0.5 to 1% of new billboards going up a year. So the Outfront, Lamar, Clear Channel, Adams, that's 4 of 560 billboard companies. The only way you can really grow your business of any appreciable means is by going with multiple advertising. And then it increases your revenue per billboard from $4,000 to $40,000. Okay, it's a no-brainer. And by selling the billboard at $64,000, $80,000 installed is 2-year payback. And I can tell you, every billboard company, everyone says 2-year payback is the number. So we have phenomenal opportunity. I mean, you know, like when I was talking to Patrick Harrington, he's the president of Outfront of 2 states. He wants the first billboard off the line. He goes, Paul, this is fantastic. I talked to Mike Becker last week, who owns 450 billboards. He said, show me that prototype. I'll write a check for $500,000 or $750,000. He said, what you got is phenomenal. I want to buy 20 of them tomorrow. I got a guy, Keith, has been bugging me from Lamar. He's a district manager in near Nashville. And he calls me all the time. He said, Paul, where's that billboard? Where's the billboard? Because I thought it'd be out in the market we were hoping for May, you know, a few months ago. And I said, no, we pushed it back to August. I mean, people are calling us because you take your profit from $4,000 to $40,000, 2-year payback. It's very simple. I mean, it's really a no-brainer. And when you talk about 6 billboards out of 2,000 in the addressable market, like here in Michigan, and when you drive up I-75 and you go through Madison Heights and Bloomfield Hills and Birmingham and Royal Oak, we'd expect to sell 20 or 30 or 40 the first year in this one county out of 80 counties. Okay, not 6 is my point. So the typical investors that I have, like David and John, when they came in, they were both in the billboard business. And so they invested $500,000 and John's going to put in another $100,000 next month. So, you know, it's anyone that's in the industry or familiar with it at all, you know, it's a no-brainer and you know, and they tend to invest. That's what we find.
No question. And if you're an investor, I want you to listen very closely. Effectively, what Paul is doing, think about, let's correlate this to if you're renting a room. Okay, you have a room that you can rent and you can only rent to one person. He's effectively now allowing your property to convert into 10 rooms, right? With not really any real increase in costs or anything like that. So he's 10xing your ability to rent to people. So now you tell me, are billboard owners going to want this? The answer to that is yes. Let's get this company capitalized. I have no doubt in my mind you're going to see these all over the country. Someone's going to buy you, Paul, because it just makes sense. Like you say, it's a no-brainer. It would absolutely be something that I could see a Clear Channel, somebody else saying, hey, I want this. I don't want Lamar or anybody or these other companies are out front rather competing with me. So I'm going to buy this before they do. I think you're going to see a lot of tension happening here over the next few years. Paul, you did an amazing job presenting that. I think it's incredible shareholder value that you're doing. I love, if you could explain that last piece, because I think that might have confused investors. How in the world are you doing this where they're not being diluted? It's only coming from the Angit Group. So explain that. I think it's a remarkable proposal that you have.
So early on, we set aside 1 million units in the Angit Group, and I told people what the dilution would be. And my feeling was you got to put up your mouth, you know, stand behind what you're doing. So we were able to create this product for $1.6 billion. And typically a development like this for a large company would be $5 or $6 million. So what I told our group up front,
billion with an M, not a B. You said
with an M, $1.6 million. Because, for example, when I found Analyzer in India to do FEA, that's finite element analysis work. This is real sophisticated work. It's $100 or $200 an hour in the US. It's $20 an hour in China, and they've been phenomenal. And then they traded half the project in equity. And then I found Analyzer, the manufacturing side, and there's outstanding. They're just outstanding. $20 an hour. And I found a electronics company in China or India also for $5,000. In the US would be 100 and a quarter, 150 grand. And we also have a software company, Vsoft, in India. Also, same thing. I mean, I had quotes of 208 grand, and we got them for 32 grand. And then I had another guy that did our 3D modeling. And then I have 2 employees. I mean, I shouldn't say this, but I pay them $3 an hour, and they have master's degrees in engineering, but also in India. So, and we've had a lot of the prototypes in the parts made in India. The loaded labor rate in India is $2 an hour. So you can say whatever you want. I mean, I've had 10 million products built, actually in 6 factories in China, 1 in the Philippines. I used to own a company in Hong Kong. I don't like traveling to the Orient. I've been there 30 times. I would much rather build stuff here, but you can't afford it. Now we do have the company that's doing the manufacturing, D&N Bending. Now they've been around 60 years. They won a ton of awards. They're 90%, 92% automotive, phenomenal quality. They're $50 an hour, but they're just doing the final assembly. So we have, in round numbers, after the first 20 billboards, about 20 to 30 hours of assembly. So 30 hours at $50 an hour is only $1,500 of our 30 grand cost. So it's all materials, and all the high labor stuff we're buying in the Orient. So we're buying the motors, the electronics, but we're going after very high quality firms, just like the engineering we've done. So that's where my 40 years experience come into play. We've shopped where we find really phenomenal firms for both the engineering and design and manufacturing. So as a result, I told people up front, if there's going to be any additional dilution, then I'll absorb it in the ANGAT group. There's about 30 of us in the ANGAT group. So when I trade a lot of the PhDs for engineering work, it comes out of the ANGAT group. So I'm maintaining, I don't care how much money I raise. If for some reason we wanted to raise $1 million, I'm still maintaining the 34-to-1 return. And you can see it's in our cap table. We have a cash flow plan cap table.
You've effectively created an anti-dilutive provision, and it's remarkable what you've done. I love that, and how you care about the shareholders so much. I'll just say this, my last point before we wrap up. When you recognize what statistics are saying, how many people are going to be out driving for Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, 4th of July, that type of thing. People are reducing jumping on planes because of concerns for, I know they're talking about not wearing masks, but people still it's on the top of mind being in those, airplanes. What are people going to do? They're going to hit the roads, even with gas prices the way they are. It affects airline tickets. So now here I am owning Clear Channel, Outfront, any of those. Do I want to be able to increase 10x on my billboards to have more renters out there because so much more traffic is going to be on the road? The answer to that is yes. The demand is bulging, Paul, looking to get you capitalized, because I think this thing is going to be explosive over the next couple of years. Congratulations. Great job. All right.
Thank you, Izzy.
Up next, we've got Chris and Tim. Let's go ahead and spotlight them. Is it just Tim being spotlighted?
I believe so, unless Chris decides to join. But yes, I will be presenting today.
All right. Well, it's great to have you, Tim. I love what you guys are doing. You know, what you're helping out with food from the ocean and the automation with that. It's absolutely incredible. I think investors are going to love hearing this. So why don't you tell them a little bit about your background, how you got started here with A3IC. How do you say it again?
You can just say AC Tech, or AI Control Technologies, or AIC Tech is fine.
AIC Tech, that's it.
There you go.
But needless to say, I think what you guys are doing in the oceans, people need to hear where the impetus to this came from. So Tim, without further ado, go ahead and share your background and understanding on the project.
Thank you, Izzy. I wanted to ask you, can you see my first slide?
No, I just see you right now. You're not sharing your screen yet.
Okay, here we go. Try this. So you can see the slide?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see any notes?
I don't know if that's, yeah, I do. You're not in presenter mode. I don't know if that's Martha's Vineyard behind you or Cape Cod. What is that?
That's in Maine. It's an iconic I'm sorry, you're saying I'm not in presenter mode?
You're not.
We're seeing the presenter side of it. Up at the top, there's a swap presenter and slideshow.
I thought I ran a test yesterday. So you can see my notes in the next slide.
Yep.
Okay. So let me see here.
Under display settings, I believe.
What if I tried this? What if I turn off my camera? I guess you.
No, that's not what you're just displaying on the wrong screen. That's all it is.
Oh, is this good? Can you see the? You can't see the slides yet, right?
You know what we could do is Dan could take control. Why don't you let him do that, and he'll set that up real quick for you. That's the fun thing about live. You have these little hiccups, but I think Dan can rectify it real quick for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the slides, and I have some. Oh, I see.
Yeah, we want to select that. I'm not sure.
It's grayed out.
Yeah.
Do
you have multiple monitors?
No.
Or just one? Oh, that's why. That's why it's grayed out. Okay.
We tested it yesterday.
So when you start your slideshow, don't start it in presenter mode.
Okay.
And then go back to sharing your screen.
Okay.
And you can turn your camera back on now. There we go. Don't see anything sharing yet.
No.
Did you click on share screen on the bottom there?
Yes, I did. Yeah, because I've been using Zoom for a couple of years. So
if you're on a Mac, you might have to swipe to the right.
No, not on a Mac. Let me end slideshow again and then go back and click share again.
There we go. Something's coming up here. Okay. So now just, there you go. Just click that there. Excellent.
Now let me ask you, because if I show you this, do you see the slide still?
Yes.
Okay. And I just have some notes on the slides just as a reference. So hopefully it's not a distraction.
No, you're good.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for taking the time today, and I apologize for the brief hiccup.
Oh, no problem.
I'm just gonna, because I'm just distracted by looking at myself. So I'm gonna turn this off, and then you can see me, the slide still, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So thanks again, Izzy and Fidelity, and Dan, thank you for helping us in the last week. I'm the general manager for AI Control Technologies. I relocated to Boston to support New England shellfish growers and to collaborate with companies and scientific research institutions that sponsor and support the aquaculture industry. I have 30 years experience in sales and consulting, promoting technology. In the last 15 years or so, I've promoted advanced technology like AI and predictive analytics and data analytics. And my colleague, Chris Webb, is the president, CEO, and co-inventor. Our patented technology is classified as ocean tech or blue tech, which are common references describing aquaculture technology. As many of you probably know, there's a growing interest by shellfish growers and the overall industry to solve various business challenges by
leveraging
technology. The little bit about the technology.
So I hear you clicking, Tim, but none of the slides have changed, just so you know.
Oh, yes, I'm still on the same slide. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we provide a turnkey solution for shellfish growers. It's going to definitely help transform their businesses by reducing their overall operating expenses. They'll be able to expand their operations and also ultimately increase their revenue and profits. Chris and I met about 2 years ago, and we're both lifelong environmentalists, and we share a great passion and interest in the protection of our oceans and the delicate ecosystem. An interesting fact to share, which I just learned about 3 years ago, is aquaculture is the fastest growing form of food production on the planet. It's been expanding at an annual rate about 7% globally. Many of you, I'm sure, have been reading articles and reports that it's one of the most resource efficient ways to produce protein and has helped improve nutrition and food security in many parts of the world. I'm going to go to the next slide. The other thing I just want to mention with Chris's technology, Chris and his co-founder have 3 patents on this technology, and we received some government funding and grants. They have a lot of confidence in our technology and the opportunity in the marketplace. As I mentioned earlier, our founder and co-inventor, Chris Webb, his background's an engineer, business executive, and entrepreneur. His entire career has been focused on product innovation and strategy, both in the manufacturing and the retail sectors. He also worked at a venture capital fund and served as a business consultant. Chris he's an avid scuba diver, which I learned many years ago. He's scuba dived all over the world, and he initially focused on promoting his depth control technology for the scuba diving industry. But he quickly pivoted as he identified a tremendous opportunity in the aquaculture industry. He has 3 robust issued patents for his technology. And as everyone knows, every industry has embraced, AI and advanced technology to enhance their business processes and ultimately reducing their cost. In aquaculture, the introduction of technologies such as AI, robotics, sensors, even drones are providing solutions for sustainable and profitable aquaculture. So I mentioned earlier, in the last 3 years, Chris and his team have received funding from federal and state governments. Initially, the Department of Energy reached out to Chris when he lived in Switzerland, and they were interested in his technology, inviting him to participate in the seaweed platform for biofuel conversion, which is a big industry now. He has since received 2 more grants for oyster cage and mussel prototype trials. Go to the next slide. As referenced earlier, aquaculture is the fastest growing food sector, and it continues to grow faster than other major food sectors. Sustainable aquaculture, which I've learned over the years of when I met Chris, has a positive impact on the environment, and it contributes to local community developments, generate profits for various communities. The main species groups that contribute to the top 75% of aquaculture production is shellfish. We are initially focused on oysters and mussels, and other species include seaweed and finfish, which will be part of our business strategy in the future. It's a really great, exciting opportunity. Things that just in terms of environmental, aquaculture operations have a smaller carbon footprint and require less land and fresh water. They're more efficient, at converting feed into protein for human consumption than beef, pork, and poultry. It's a great source of protein, and we're really excited about helping the aquaculture industry out. I highlighted some of the key problems and challenges for shellfish growers. This picture illustrates a typical day in Mississippi. They are literally manually flipping the cages. Many of them are taking their boats out a quarter mile away, diving into the waters, cold, frigid waters, to flip their cages, or they're also maybe just going out from shore and swimming out there. Some of them do it daily, and other farmers are doing it 2 to 3 times per week. This task is part of the cage cleansing and biofouling process, which improves quality and taste and production yields. Some of the farmers that Chris has spoken to have 5,000 cages. So it's a very lengthy and labor-intensive process, which results in a large percentage of occupational risk and injuries. For shellfish in cages, there are 2 million cages in the U.S. alone. So there's a lot of farmers that are going through this very rigorous, labor-intensive process. Based on our research and speaking to farmers directly about their business expenses, they shared with us a shockingly 80% of our operating costs is labor-related. So we're confident we'll be able to provide dramatic cost savings for their business by replacing certain tasks with technology and automation. This will help them, streamline their businesses. Oops, let me go back here. I'm trying to avoid the clicking. This will help them streamline their businesses to be more efficient and profitable. Another problem is the current labor costs in the U.S. and the shortage of skilled workers have made it difficult for the U.S. to compete globally. We feel in terms of the benefits by leveraging our technology is here's the key benefits for shellfish customers. Again, based on our extensive research and site tour visits, our technology will help transform their business. In every industry, as everyone knows, leveraging technology and automation has a fairly positive impact on all businesses. The investment in our technology will allow staff to be redeployed on more productive tasks, create new jobs, and they'll ultimately be able to expand their operations, which will lead to increased profits and revenue. Another benefit of our technology worth noting is to mitigate the risk of tidal surges and storms and hurricanes, which many cages and platforms are damaged or lost at sea. So as example, for an impending storm, they can automatically lower their systems to protect their equipment just from their smartphone or mobile device, tablet, or desktop. Another challenge and benefit for shellfish is water conditions, such as changes in the temperature, salinity, acidity, and other nutrient levels that impacts crop yields and mortality rates. So the farmer can automatically control the depths of their cages and platforms to address these environmental conditions. With great precision, this patented technology be able to put their habitat systems, cages and wraps, in optimal water conditions. So you're going to see an increase in crops and production. So it's a significant benefit of our technology. We've ran reports working with Dan and Izzy, and the ROI is very significant. For some farmers we have spoken to, based on the number of cages and rafts and labor and employees, they can see as high as 10% return on, or 10 times return on their return of investment for this technology. The revenue models that we have designed is a subscription or lease model. This is significant for farmers to avoid major upfront capital expenditures. Every season, typical farmers need to replace a certain percentage of their cages and platforms. It could be from wear and tear, damage, loss at sea, or even theft. It's a very competitive industry. So we've identified many future customers that are interested in replacing some of their cages and platforms annually, and then leasing our complete systems, which will include our technology. As noted, there are over 2 million cages and thousands of platforms in the US alone. Our future strategy is to promote our technology to Canada, Europe, and other regions of the world. A little bit about our revenue model. Next slide. Here's our executive team. We have an experienced team that are involved in supporting various divisions of our company. We have several entrepreneurs and reputable industry scientists and experts from the industry. Many of the experts that we have identified have extensive experience in high growth businesses and will join our company or serve as advisors. So this is our little bit about our team. And in terms of the investment opportunity, we're seeking a Series A round of $1 to $2 million. Funding to date, we received 3 government grants equaling $640,000, and the founder, Chris, and his other co-founder have personally invested over almost $1 million in the company. This is a little summary of our progress. We received some significant funding from the government. We have 3 issued patents, and we feel the revenue subscription model stream is a really high value to investors, and obviously in terms of achieving high revenue in a quick time. We've also, based on years of research, reading white papers, talking to industry experts, talking to research institutions, there's definitely established market opportunity for our technology, as we see many other companies are investing in this business. There's tremendous opportunity to invest in aquaculture. I was reading a report recently, there's double-digit growth projections of global fish consumption. There's, of course, the economic environmental benefits. We have great sponsorships and funding from government agencies. And if you do a Google search on investment, you'll read literally various investment firms, seafood producers, meat producers, and even agriculture companies like Cargill have made serious investments in aquaculture firms and seafood producers. Little overview of our company timeline. The firm was established in 2016. And Chris was, as I mentioned earlier, was in Switzerland, so he transferred his IP to the US. Give you a couple more quick slides here. We received 3 robust patents from 2017 to 2019. We started an oyster proof of technology trial 2021, so we're making some great progress in this brief time. And we just received an award recently from the USDA for a mussels platform trial. So our proof of concept trials, incidentally, are significant, as we'll be able to demonstrate the direct value and impact of our technology for their business operations, and able to measure other improvements in their harvesting and production of fish crops. Later this year, we'll deploy our technology with 3 new customers who are based in the Gulf of Mexico and the New England region. The next slide is our 4-year projection. It's a conservative revenue report for the next 4 years for shellfish. Our future market strategy will include finfish like salmon. We're looking at seaweed, which is a dramatic interest in the world. And then IMTA, which is the integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, which is basically multiple aquatic species are farmed and integrated to improve efficiencies, reduce waste, and other environmental advantages. But our focus, of course, will be on mussels and oysters. It's a very big market right now. There's also a broad market opportunity beyond aquaculture. Some diverse markets include offshore energy, which I alluded to earlier, Chris working with the government on the biofuel conversion from seaweed algae to convert to biofuel. He's also been approached by the military, who is very interested in our technology, and he's had many meetings with some of the admirals and corporal, senior level executives with the Navy. So for more information about our financial models and revenue projections, we can schedule a phone call with Chris and I. Next slide. Here's some, again, highlights of our technology. I've demonstrated earlier in terms of using automation and technology and how we can help farmers be more scalable. The thing that was interesting to me when I got into this full time in aquaculture is the U.S. seafood trade deficit is 90%. We get 90% of seafood from Asia and other countries. So our goal, and other U.S.-based firms are hoping to drastically reduce the trade deficit in a few other years. One other thing I just want to mention is we had a call with some investors and consultants, and they raised the issue of the climate global warming crisis. So there are various species I was researching are migrating north due to the warming waters. So a lot of the farmers are losing some of their crop inventory, and it's increasing mortality rates. So again, with our technology, you can lower your cages to cooler, more optimal water conditions, so their farm fish will thrive and obviously ultimately improve their crop yields. We're also quickly researching how technology can reduce the risk of injuries to endangered mammals like the right whale. Entanglement in fishing gear is one of the greatest threats to right whales and other sea mammals. So again, using our technology, the farmers can just lower their mussel platforms to depth levels that will not impede the migration paths of right whales and other mammals. So it's very exciting what we're looking at in the future. One of the things that Chris and I, when we met a few years ago, is our passion and interest in enjoying Jacques Cousteau, the great show that he had. We enjoy this statement from him. He was obviously a renowned filmmaker and marine conservationist, but this passage really encapsulates our mission strategy and the growth opportunity in the aquaculture industry. This is the last slide. I hope everyone enjoyed the presentation. If I could field any questions, Izzy. And again, thank you, Izzy and Fidelity, to provide us the opportunity today.
Absolutely. Great job, Tim. Excellent job. Give him a round of applause. And, this is a remarkable technology that you have. And one of the questions that I had is thinking, and maybe this is a question for Chris, but you may or may not know the answer to this. Thinking about the abalone farming that is done, because I was immediately thinking of these guys in the waters of Mississippi. There's some big honking bull sharks that are out there. So just sitting in the darkness. My question is, could this work for abalone as well? I mean, I'd have to assume yes, because there's great whites around that are lurking about, that's for sure.
That's a great question. Many people have asked us about other species, because our initial focus, because of the demand and need, is around, sorry, my cat's behind me on my chair, is around mussels and oysters, but we're definitely looking at fin fish. Obviously, we can look at other, tuna and other species in the United States initially, because with our technology, you could build the platforms as large as an office desk to something smaller. So it really depends on the farmers and their interests. So I'm confident we can provide the dimensions and physical dimensions for their habitat systems, if it's a raft or cage. But yeah, follow up, maybe a call with Chris can give you a little more technical dimensions. And
I was just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a great question.
You hear about people with these shark attacks with abalone because it's very
bad. Yeah. If you break down our technology, you're looking at AI, it's sensors, algorithms, software, electronics, and it's amazing what you can do now with technology. So it's a good question, though.
Yeah. So the other question that I think investors are going to want to know is, this obviously helps scale, someone that's doing some ocean farming's business. And how expensive is it to that farmer? Because then does it squash the little guy that maybe only has a couple hundred cages versus 5,000 cages, and then all of a sudden the person that's got 5,000 cages can scale to 10, 15, 20,000 cages? You follow what I'm saying there? There's a push the little guy out of the market.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Well, we looked at that, but we in one of my slides we talked about our lease model, and I know we didn't reveal prices, but some of these integrated, we're going to build a cage with our software. It could be as little as several $100s per unit. So it'll definitely be more affordable and attractive to some of the small family-owned farmers that maybe only have 100 cages. So we're very mindful of cost and obviously the barrier, because we don't want to be cost prohibitive by no means. But in every industry, you're competing with small companies like general stores, so the Walmarts, the Amazons. If a company wants to expand their operations, reduce their overall operating costs, we're confident they could afford a lease, a small monthly payment lease on some of their equipment. One of the things I want to mention too is just as I alluded to earlier, is that a lot of these farmers lose cages every year because of damage and theft and loss, and they have to replace the cages anyway. So just with a minor increase in what they currently pay for their habitat system, they could integrate our software. And but we'll definitely think about that as far as how they can compete with the larger farmers. But we found, and Chris could also share on where he spent many years in the Gulf of Mexico. He spent many years coming up here to New England. And I've been, since I moved here in November 2020, been talking to a lot of farmers, but a lot of them, they have very loyal customer base. It could be, selling directly to the consumer who comes into their store. It could be online or local restaurants. So, we don't see that a huge competitive threat if Tom down the street has 5,000 farms and he's using the technology, and so we'll have to definitely think about in terms of the economics for the various farmers, both small and large.
Yeah, and I wonder about the economics for the consumer, like myself, who happens to love oysters, mussels, that type of thing. Is this something that simply increases profitability for the farmer, or would this help reduce cost for the consumer?
Great question. Well, given that most seafood, sadly, has been imported from other countries, it'll definitely boost their profitability because of automation and reducing overhead operating cost. They could keep their prices at the same amount, so they're going to be more profitable because it's going to require less labor to perform these tasks using our technology. Seafood, incidentally, prices are going up in the last couple of years, and especially with after the crisis, the pandemic crisis, there's seafood prices are soaring. So talking to a lot of farmers in terms of their costs and expenses is that they will definitely be able to make money on this using the technology because of reducing overall operating costs, and then maintain their premium prices to their client base. And obviously we see a lot of farmers that want to expand, but they cannot expand due to the labor issue. So using technology, they'll be able to expand. And we're also looking at, once we pass these legislative hurdles around offshore farming, which is very common internationally, but in the US there's only a few offshore permits. So once they can expand, the world's their oyster.
No pun intended, right?
Yeah.
Well, great job, Tim. You did an excellent presentation, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys continue to grow, because this is something that I think will help farmers, especially in those areas where the weather can be such an impact on that. And I'm glad to see that it's something that not only can bring back an investor return, but also help these farmers out there. So great job.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for the technical snafus, but thank you for the time.
That's the fun world of doing things live. Don't worry about that.
That's right.
It's a safe place. Don't you worry about that. All right. Up next, we've got Kate and Kyle. Really looking forward to this dynamic duo of a couple just sharing on their project. I'm really looking forward to even visiting Mystic. I don't want to take away from the thunder, but Mystic Mesa, the oasis that you guys are creating out here, I think it's so timely. So many executives, so many people just in general need a place to go to recharge, to understand their bodies. And you're doing it full on mind, body, spirit, teaching people how to, detox and benefit from the ground and the earth and everything else. So without further ado, my good friends and business partners, Kate and Kyle, you guys take it away.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
Izzy.
you.
What a great intro. We've loved working with you and Fidelity Equity Partners. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. I'm Kate Ralston. I've been an entrepreneur most of my adult life. I've been in media and sales, and I've closed over $100 million in deals. I built and sold a company called Real Savvy Moms to Disney in 2010. And it was all about health and wellness for moms, dads, and children, looking at the health through a natural health lens. I'm also an executive producer, and it was through one of the movies I was producing about pain that I brought my husband, Kyle, in and got him really into the cannabis industry.
True. Well, my little background about me is I have an economics degree from Columbia University. I studied sustainable agriculture and environmental geography at Rutgers Grad School. But my passion really is to empower people to take charge of their health. And I think that I've been practicing this myself for almost 30 years. And with what Kate's been doing with executive producing and bringing them some of these clients to me, for example, she brought me one client who they made a mistake on surgery. They nicked the nerve on his hip when they went in for an elective surgery. He was 28 years old on 12 opiates, gabapentin and Zoloft for the associated depression, gone through physical therapy for 2 years. Now he'd gotten to a point where he could sit or stand for 45 minutes without excruciating pain. Kate was so devastated by meeting him. I said to him, listen, here's what we're going to do. You're going to take charge of your health. You're ready to do it. You're ready to seize it. In 3 months, you are going to be pain-free off all your meds, all of your opiates, and you're going to be walking around for as long as you want. And guess what happened 3 months later? He calls me up. He had a major job in New York City as Trump was being inaugurated into New York. So they had tremendous workload on them. He calls me up. Oh, sorry, I haven't been in touch with you, but I'm off all my 12 opiates. And I stood yesterday for 12 hours for a presentation. So that's the kind of real world results we're talking about. I'm 57. I've been practicing this for 30 years. I look and feel like I'm in my 30s, and we're ready to bring this to the people through this place that's literally right behind us.
So
that is a great story. And when you talk about taking control of health, right? Unfortunately, there's just a lack of knowledge And it's interesting. And just so everyone on here knows, my faith background being a Christian, there's a verse in the Bible that says, "My people perish because they lack knowledge." How many people are perishing because they just lack knowledge? They just don't know. Hey, this stuff that I'm buying off the shelves. One of the best tips that I've gotten, he was on here earlier, David Zeffel, is he said, stick to the outer rim of the grocery store. Once you start moving in to that stuff that's packaged and everything else, it's suspect. And you guys know how to detox people and get them back on a plan that's actually working, as opposed to getting back on a plan for drugs and the things that pharmaceuticals are doling out to us. So I love what you're doing here. It is an epidemic, but take it away. Sorry to interject.
No, you're absolutely right, Izzy. We're going to talk a little bit more about the solution, but I think it's important to put our hands and see what is going on in terms of how what we eat and how the soil affects our health and wellness. We live in a very fast-paced world, and now 75% of workers are experiencing burnout. And we've actually had a mass exodus of people resigning in the last 2 years. They're calling it the Great Resignation. And also there's 210 million people addicted to the internet and social media. So there's a lot going on with our mental health as well as our physical health.
And they all tie in together.
Everything is integrated. Mental health issues, there's over 1 billion people now suffering from mental health issues. And of course, the lockdown and the pandemic made it even worse. And in America, 55 million people are on medication for mental health issues, and that is up from 44 million in 2019. The obesity epidemic, everybody's talking about it, and it's not just an American problem anymore, it's global. 1.9 billion people are overweight or obese, and this leads to many other disorders, but the one that we all look at and talk about is diabetes. 415 million people suffering from diabetes, and another 190 million with undiagnosed diabetes.
Or
pre-diabetic, exactly.
Wow.
And then, of course, we have addiction. Many people all over the world are addicted to something. A lot of people are addicted to sugar, but here we're talking about the addiction to drugs and the over-prescribing of opiates. And there's 22 million people currently who are addicted and 23 in recovery.
So these are symptom solutions that are brought to us in the world today. And what we're talking about is getting to the root of the problem. And literally, the good news is it's all treatable and preventable. It all starts in the gut, and the gut and the soil microbiome are so interconnected.
Yeah. So what happens is about 2015, there had been a 6-year study by the NIH called the Human Microbiome Study. And what came about in that study was that they realized that humans are more made up of bacteria than we are from DNA. And in fact, that bacteria lives in and on our bodies all over, but there's a large concentration in the gut. And when the balance is out, or we have bad bacteria, we have a lot of issues, because it all comes down to inflammation. These bacteria in our gut cause tiny tears in the gut lining. And that inflammation is the root cause of diabetes, of heart disease, thyroid disease, and all the autoimmune diseases. Now, in the plant world, the roots act very much like our gut, and the rhizosphere around the roots, all the bacteria, worms, all of that is like the microbacteria in our gut. So the two go hand in hand. And in fact, the gut and soil microbiome are the determinants of both human health and ecosystem health.
So there may be a lot of people out there that are talking about regenerative agriculture. There might be people out there talking about the human microbiome. But what we really need to do, and what we're doing, is we're bringing that together. And understanding our connection to nature, reconnecting us to nature, reconnecting us to our own gut health. Because, with the human microbiome study, that's shown that Hippocrates was right all along. 90% of all disease starts as inflammation in the gut. So, we're not going to solve the world's problems here, but what we are going to do is give people the tools on our beautiful site with regenerative agriculture to go back out into the world and carry this with them. And each one of them will become an evangelist of our programs.
As you mentioned that, I think right away, the old saying, well, I'm going to go with my gut, right? What my gut, because there's a lot of truth to that, right?
Oh,
that, I've read before that there's more going on in your gut than there actually is in your brain. And I find that so remarkable because with the rate of people that suffer from panic, right? So how many of them just have these poor nutrition type of scenarios where, they have these panic disorders where someone's having a panic attack or whatever it is, because maybe they just have a poor diet and they can't make calculated decisions very, very well because their gut is so programmed in this disordered way. I think it's remarkable what the gut can do for people and how you can reset that.
Yeah, so when I opened my health food store in 1998, I started treating people's guts for mental disorders, for OCD, bipolar, Tourette's, you name it, right? It's because what I was discovering was that it was missignaling from synapses in the gut. Literally, the second brain, the gut instinct is a brain sending that missignal to the neurons in the normal brain. And that now the human microbiome, and our friend George Pascalides has a program that actually analyzes all of that. This is unique and not in the United States. These are the kinds of data capture and improvement methodologies that we'll be bringing to this retreat as well. Yeah. And just very, very excited about it because it's such a simple solution. And when we're talking about with all these supply chain issues, and Biden did just announce yesterday to the NATO that there are going to be severe food shortages coming very soon to the United States. So what we're doing is you've got 80 years ago, you had 70% of people living on small family farms producing their own food. Today, this number is very disturbing. 0.1%.
Wow.
Of people are growing their own food.
And actually, there's a big movement towards growing your own food. It's one of the big trends of 2022. So our solution is immersive wellness, because it's been proven that when you're immersed in nature and you're doing things on a regular basis, like eating well or putting your hands in the soil, pulling your own vegetables, doing exercise, when you're immersed in it, that you're more likely to make those lifestyle changes. So you can go through the transformation, but we don't leave them on their own. We also follow up with them when they get home through an online program.
Where their Veggie Dome should be waiting for them when they get back.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is a property with 10 acres of organic food and herb gardens. We're going to grow everything regeneratively, which means we are putting compost, creating our own soil, not using any outside inputs and fertilizers, but we use our own. And it's such a beautiful place to be and to find peace, because it is a little mesa, and all that's on this mesa is this beautiful retreat.
Surrounded by 250 acres of conservation easement, so it can ever be built on around it.
And amazing views. And it's in the north. It's in the North Fork Valley. And if you're not familiar with the North Fork Valley, it's on the western slope of the Rockies. And it's really well known for organic orchards, organic farms, and wineries. So our core values are to improve the condition of the land. It's already in great condition, but we're going to add this layer of regenerative agriculture. We're also going to regenerate and revitalize the water.
We're going to be using techniques developed by Victor Schauberger, who was the head of the Black Forest for the 5th generation Schauberger, head of the Black Forest in the early part of the 20th century. And he would go out into nature and observe fish just doing remarkable things, swimming vertically up waterfalls effortlessly. And he studied the nature of the vitality of that water. And he could see what would happen to industrialized water. It was dead and lifeless, but the energy that was in the pristine water, and that can be reintegrated into the water in any situation. So that's going to be one of our main core projects there. One of our revenue drivers long-term is water programs.
And Izzy, you're probably aware, because you live in Colorado, California and Colorado are experiencing droughts.
Yes.
And climate change is making it even worse because of the wildfires. So the climatologist said this year that we would need way above average snowfall in order to get rid of the dry soils and reservoirs and riverbeds, but we didn't get it.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a drought this year. We're very fortunate on Mystic Mesa that we have an enormous amount of water. And it's because the previous owners, they were lawyers, and they took most of the property and put it into a conservation easement. So do you want to talk about our water?
So we right now we're going to have 4 shares of one spring tap for domestic water, 1 share of another spring tap for domestic water, and then right from the Paonia Reservoir, we have the Fire Mountain Canal that we are actually going to be on the board of. It's not like we're buying the water from somewhere else, and we have 388 shares. 388 shares is 388 acre feet of water for 10 acres. That is where some tremendous value is in this property. So here we're gonna say, okay, we've got plenty of water, but we're still gonna steward it. We're still gonna use it properly. We're still gonna share that knowledge with the world, because that is the biggest issue facing the Western Slope for the next 20 years.
That is fantastic.
And of course, all of these techniques and everything we're going to do, we're going to protect it, and then we're going to teach it to others and share it, because this is a solution. It's the other thing that regenerative farming does is it sequesters carbon. So you'll be growing cover crops and you're doing multi-crops instead of monocrops. You're sequestering carbon into the soil. And it also, regenerative farming is also a way to use less water, especially if you use drip irrigation.
Yes, because your soil maintains much more moisture if it's got that active rhizosphere with the microbiome going on in it.
So the property already has 6 or 7 bedrooms, but we have been doing some research about what people want and how much money they'll pay for it. And people are really into glamping. And if you don't know what glamping is, it's glamorous camping.
Yeah.
So as you can see here, you can lie literally under the stars in this dome. This property is in a dark sky area. It's a designated dark sky area. What that means is there's not a lot of light that will spoil the view of the stars and the planets.
What that means is you look up every night and you see the Milky Way.
Yes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
And people want to be out in nature, especially people who are working, 2 jobs and all of the gig economy we were talking about before. People are having to work so hard. They want to get away. And this is in the United States. You don't need to fly. You can drive here. And any of the rooms you stay in, whether it's one of our suites with an ensuite bathroom or whether it's glamping, you'll be in great comfort. It will be very tranquil. You'll be able to relax. And we're going to use very eco-friendly and sustainable furniture and decoration. And we're going to be off the grid with our solar power.
That looks absolutely remarkable.
Are you ready to book yet, Izzy?
I am. And, as you mentioned that, I think of Wall Street executives that will fly out to Aspen, right? Yeah. And what do they say? I'm going to recharge the batteries for a week, right? Yeah. But literally at Mystic Mesa, you can truly recharge, right? Because skiing's great. I'm a skier. We're a ski family, skiing and snowboarding and all that. And that's great. But to do this and to incorporate this, because you're not far from some of the great resorts that are out there. And I know you're going to talk about this, but talk about proximity as well, because you guys are relatively easy to get to.
Yeah, we're going to be an hour from Grand Junction Airport, just under an hour from Montrose Airport, about 2 hours from Aspen,
and 2 hours from Telluride.
And 2 hours from Telluride. Mm-hmm. So it's a nice location. It's convenient. It's easy to get to. There are a lot of places out here like to get to, or 3-4 hours.
We're also close to Moab, and Moab is super popular. They can't actually do any more marketing and advertising. They've overdone it because it's so popular. And you can drive from Moab to us within 2 hours.
And this North Fork Valley is called the Provence of France.
Yeah. So this is looking at our different revenue streams. And I call this an ecosystem, Izzy, because people might just come for the first time, for the accommodations because it's a beautiful place to stay. And that's affordable, very affordable. But they realize that we've got the spa there and the healing therapy. So then they do a couple of those on their first trip, and then they come into our shop and we have our own branded products, which we actually have already ready, all these gorgeous products.
Some are trademarked already. We do have an existing company that would be the entity behind this project.
But these are CBD and CBG products, very, very effective, all organic.
And that is CBG that I grew myself. I'm a hemp farmer as well.
And then they go home and they look on the label and it's got our website, and they can go on the website and join our community. And in that community, for a very small fee, they can get free classes every month. If they want to do a bit more, like a one-on-one coaching session, because coaching is an amazing way to help people go through this lifestyle change, and live a healthy lifestyle, they can do a one-on-one tele class. So that's our digital side, which is a very big revenue driver for us. And then they come back and they may do a 3-day to 1-week yoga retreat. And then they might sign up for a nutrition class. And then perhaps they might send somebody in their family for a 14 to 21 day retreat, which is a total detox. And this is for people who might be suffering from an illness, might be recovering from chemotherapy, or they just want to lose weight. And they can do so in 14 to 21 days.
I do kind of see this as a hospital of the future, as a new model for what health and wellness can be. And you wouldn't come here for surgery, of course, but for, again, 90% of illness can be treated through this type of methodology.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I would love doing, and hopefully in the future we can have a special partnership with Fidelity Equity Partners and all of the startup founders, is we do a retreat there.
Yes.
Right. And we do our virtual conference there, where they've spent 3 or 4 days recharging, healing, and then presenting, right? You know, how amazing of a difference that might make, because people's nerves start to get up when they're in front of audiences and things like that. And we used to do this, you know, in person. And when you have 50, 100 investors in a room, it can be nerve wracking. But, you know, when you have the peace and tranquility coming off the heels of that and doing it, oh man, I could see that being a great fit. I would love to have a partnership.
We have actually sound healing and meditation classes, so we could prepare before we pitch. And also, digital detoxing is so amazing and so needed. We're all on our phones and our devices. We're on these screens now all day long, and the EMF is not good for us. Plus, we're relying on Siri and Google to answer questions. We need to use our brain.
We need knowledge. We need intrinsic knowledge.
And when
we need to hear our gut talking to us, right?
We need to hear our gut.
And that needs to be, it's a quiet voice, right? You have to be trained to listen. Right. So you need the quiet space, the retreat aspect of it for that.
And also,
you know, my wife who eats better than I do, I think is just well plugged into that. I always would think it's, you know, women's intuition is what they would call it, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. But, you know, from time to time, she would just say, you know, I don't know, there's something about that person or whatever it is. And her gut is telling her something. And sure enough, it comes to fruition. Right? So teaching people how to tap into that, because I'm looking at what I love about your model is it's not just you come and visit and it was this one thing that happened to you for the year and wow, that was a great memory. Now I can stay plugged into the online community. I can learn, I can be buying products. I can have someone like Kyle that would say, well, gosh, if you're struggling with this, that, or the other thing, you should try our colostrum products. You should try this, you should try that. And that is really going to be helpful, I think, for investors to recognize that they're not just investing in a piece of real estate. They're not just investing in some hotel. They're investing in a business model that is backed by this real estate. It's a remarkable investment that you have, and I absolutely love it. So why don't you go ahead and talk about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Izzy. The wellness industry is actually booming. I think there's a lot of people who are waking up. It's the 50% who don't have the chronic disease, and they are spending their money on wellness products. In fact, it's growing twice as fast as the global economy. Currently, it's $4.4 trillion. And the Global Wellness Institute, which is where you go for these statistics, and they do amazing trade shows every year, predicts it'll be 7 trillion by 2025.
Wow.
We fall into a few of these categories. Obviously, we fall into wellness tourism and real estate, but we will be doing fitness and body work. We'll be doing healthy eating and nutrition. And also we've got some anti-aging products as well that we'll be producing.
Kate was a professional dancer in Europe for 20 years, and I was also an athlete in college. I played rugby and football. So fitness is something that's important to us as well.
That's fantastic.
And then not just what the marketplace looks like, but where it's going and what the trends are. And the Global Wellness Summit put out its top 10 trends last week. Number 1 is called Dirty Wellness. And that's exactly what our retreat focuses on. It's all about, as Kyle was saying, the health of the world's soil, but also its interconnectivity with human health. I mean, our fathers and our grandparents, they used to farm and forage, but now we don't get the benefit of those microbes on our body. Also, tech wellness. We can get too much technology, but people are very smart now with technology, and they're using these digital apps to track their biometrics and also help them with mental and physical health and wellness.
So that will be an aspect that we bring into where we do some testing before the guest arrives,
yeah,
and then we do follow-ups and we do charting of their progress, and that will become data in our, we do have a couple unique systems that we'll be plugging into that
no one else
so
has.
far not developed by others. So it's pretty unique opportunity for us as well.
And then another one of the top 10 trends is wellness tourism, and especially post-pandemic where everyone was locked down and isolated, people want to get back in nature because they see the benefits of being in nature. And then finally, the next gen wellness is all about growing your own food, survival techniques, and back to basics. So this is all replicated and reflected in movies like Kiss the Soil, apps like Calm and Noom that are enormous now, publications like Goop and Well and Good, and also TV shows that cater to survivalists and preppers. So our online community is a very big part of what we're doing. I did build a digital business that I sold to Disney. I know what I'm doing here. And I, of course, marketing is my big thing.
Kate had 300,000 unique users a month on her site that she built online in 2005 before Facebook.
And an email list of about the same size that we communicated with regularly and we sold products to. So we're going to just do that same methodology here, but now we've moved forward with
sorry.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that while I'm talking. So people are using these apps on a daily basis. It's not just young people, it's everybody. And the one-on-one telehealth has become a real norm now, especially during. And we will have a freemium model. So there'll be some free content and free advice, but obviously, you know, that is to try and lure them into paying a $10 a month. We want to keep it affordable membership. So it's a subscription. So the existing landscape, yes, there are competitors, but we are different from all of these competitors. I only chose to show the ones on the western slope of Colorado. There are obviously resorts and retreats that people can go to internationally, but here we have Gateway Canyons, which is a short drive from Grand Junction. It's beautiful. It's high-end luxury. It was built by Discovery Channel founder John Hendricks. It just sold to Noble House. Reset in Telluride. It's at high elevation, but it's really a place that you can go. It's for fitness. It's for people who are extreme athletes because it's all about helping you push past that burn and getting to peak physical condition. Okay. And Dunton is beautiful, but extremely expensive. And then the one in Paonia is for young people who are looking for a gap year. But you cannot stay in any of these places for less than $500 a night. And
Wow.
most of them require about $10,000 just to go there. So why would people choose Mystic Mesa Oasis? Well, we offer affordable luxury, and we cater to a large variety of wellness seekers and travelers. Our accommodations, you can have a choice of glamping or be in your own suite. We have these on-trend offerings, and we are improving the soil, the water, and we're using the sun to fuel the business. We offer very high value, and we have a strong, experienced team. And the investors get an investment that's backed by real estate and the improvements we'll be doing. We have the water asset, and we also have brands, and they get the investors get exclusive opportunities to come and stay with us, and the opportunity to do good.
That's amazing.
Briefly, our target audience, there's many people who would like to come here, as you mentioned, but for our marketing purposes, working parents who are on the brink, who are also burnt out, patients seeking complementary and alternative medicine. 50% of US adults use complementary and alternative medicine. The growing tribe of yogis and yoginis, 40 million people in the US, and that's increased by 50% just in the last 4 years. And active baby boomers who are great travelers, they are foodies, and they want to stay active so they can play with their grandchildren. And it's 70 million
Aging
people.
can be a beautiful process. It doesn't have to be one filled of pain and weight gain and achy joints, right?
So in a nutshell, you might want to speak here, Kyle. This is a win-win-win for everyone involved. It's a win for the business. It's a win for the people who come, our community, and it's a win for investors.
It is. And one of the things that I really want to feature that is not well developed in the United States is water revitalization and proper water flow. Water really wants to be treated in a certain way, and we don't respect that in water.
Yeah, and this image here is of a flow form, and it's just the water flowing in the form, and it's curving in an infinity circle, and it's spiraling in a vortex, and that revitalizes the water.
Yeah, so the two heart-shaped pools kind of make the water separate and spin like this, and then the center brings it back together, and then as it's coming down the spiral, it's doing that as well. And we're also going to be practicing that regenerative farming and with those water techniques in a state-of-the-art greenhouse that we build there. It's something I do have experience with. I designed a 35,000 square foot state-of-the-art greenhouse in California. So we'll be having year-round harvest there. We'll be teaching people how to, grow their food at home, even if they've got like a window type of greenhouse.
And and then we'll be creating all of these innovations and teaching them to other people.
This is our overview, and we've got, some really big revenue drivers. We're doing this on a 10-acre lot with, 4 houses on it. So that's not going to be, the investors are going to get a great return because, we're renting out rooms on this 10 acres. No, but because we're going to have revenue drivers that are not dependent on the 10 acres, right? The online community, the water projects, the water products so that we'll be able to sell. These will be able to scale up as high as could be tens of millions a year, but we're showing projections of 5 million. But what we're going to do with the capital raise, the first capital raise for $3 million is going to be a safe bridge loan that's backed by the real estate. The next round will not be backed by the real estate. And the next round will be a second safe combined with grants and loans as well. And we will have the retreat completely built out by the end of next year, and we will actually be operating while it's being built out.
That is fantastic.
We've got a really strong team. Kate's a brilliant marketer. I have raised money in the past for startups. This is not actually a startup because we're going to bring in our corporation. We've got a tremendous healer there, a local real estate agent who's also trained in the Hippocrates Institute for detox and food health. So the 4 of us together are so incredibly passionate about empowering people. We've been disempowered for a long time as humans, and we've got to claim our power, and that's what we're here to help.
Community is the guru of the future.
Well, that's what I always say, especially because Thich Nhat Hanh just recently passed. I always love his quote, community is the guru of the future. A few years ago, I added to that quote, we are that community and that future is now.
You know, even looking at the word community, it really means common unity, right?
Yeah.
So having that common unity, it's remarkable what you're pulling together, not only as an investment, but what it can do for people. I love this. I love this because of the inherent safety that can be there with real estate. Obviously, there's no guarantee or anything like that, but that's different than what you see with a traditional startup. And now to even further that, you're bringing your business with M3 that is already has significant traction, lots of people plugging in there, continuing to buy products. This is remarkable. Anything else that you're going to be sharing on these slides?
This is our last slide for now.
Great job on this. And, you know, I have to tell you, given what is happening right now with, you know, COVID changed a lot of things. And I believe the lemonade that came out of the lemons with COVID is, let's say you're a Wall Street executive or an attorney or someone that is plugged in as an architect, and you can use technology now. And these firms were saying, well, listen, we have been coming into the office, and you know what we noticed? We actually still work really well. In fact, I think production went up. What if we did this? What if we said, instead of paying you, you know, $150,000 a year, what if we pay you $125,000, but you don't have to commute anymore? You go ahead and someone can say, Mom, we can move to Kansas now and visit you and Dad more often, and you can see the grandkids. And honey, I can just work, you know, electronically, remotely. But what do these corporations want to do? They want to gather a couple, 3 times a year. And this is a growing trend. And Mystic, I think, is going to be one of those places where you have these communities that are all connecting. And what are they going to recommend to their companies? I think we should do a retreat at Mystic. I'm plugged into the online community. I've been buying their products for years, and I just looked on there, this Mystic Ranch, that Mystic Mesa Ranch that they're doing, and we can all gather there. I think it's phenomenal. It's a growing trend, and the cost, it's blowing my mind when I've stayed at other places, and I've told you before, I've stayed in almond resorts in Indonesia, and it was significantly more than $500 a night. And when you look at what you guys offer, and what I walk away with and what I can stay plugged into, it's incredible. It changes, you know, I don't like to use that phrase lightly. It can literally change your life. Someone can go here that has been so stressed out, detox for themselves and change the trajectory of their lifestyle and pass that on to and have legacy with that. You know, one of the things that, you know, I wasn't proud of when my kids were, at least my first 2, my older ones, and we're kind of training that out of them now. And I gave a lot of credit to Duncan Burns for that. But gosh, you know, when I was raised as a kid, I was eating Pop-Tarts and Apple Jacks and, you know, filling my body full of sugar. And then what ends up happening later on is diabetes shows up on the radar, and I'm getting that all under control now. But I don't want that going into my kids. And I have a heightened awareness of that. And it's people like you that are championing this cause that allow that. And myself as an investor and other people that are on here can look at this and say, gosh, not only am I investing in my portfolio, but I'm investing in the future on this planet and what people can turn to and look to for education and understand nutrition and what can actually change the trajectory of their lifestyles for the better. So my hat's off to you and Kyle, Kate. You guys are doing an incredible job. I love Kyle's background and yours and how that all culminates into something that is going to be an absolutely remarkable investment with some accoutrements there that typically you don't find in a startup. So great job. Great job.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, Izzy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, well, we've got Alan Donenfeld up next. And after that, we're going to go to a brief break. Alan, you and I just got to know each other yesterday. And right away, I was like, Alan, I want to feature you. Why do I want to feature you? Because you're someone that I was alluding to earlier, where I was saying that so much money is sitting on the sidelines that came out of real estate, and people just don't understand how to appropriate it. You've gotten this figured out. You've got a platform now that can attract people to invest in this. And I am so incredibly encouraged by what you're doing. Alan Donenfeld, it's been so great to get to know you just over literally the last 24 hours. And I think we spent a couple hours yesterday just getting to know one another. But why don't you go ahead and impress everybody, not only with your background, because we have similar backgrounds on Wall Street, but what you're doing as far as the investment options for people. Without further ado, help me welcome my good friend and colleague now, Alan Donenfeld.
Thanks, Izzy. Great to be here and be speaking to everyone. So my journey is fairly long. I've been in financial services for about 40 years after going to business school, worked at large investment banking firms doing merger and acquisition work in the 80s. I own a SEC FINRA broker-dealer, ran a hedge fund for 12 years, and made quite a lot of money. About 8 years ago, I started to think about my own financial freedom and winding down and what would be the best investments for me for the next 30 years. And I was a little tired of the ups and downs of the stock market. I've always stayed away from the bond market, and I started to look at real estate investments, made some investments in REITs and in some crowdfunded deals, but they actually underperformed fairly significantly. REITs have dividend distributions of just 3%. Some are a little bit higher, but they follow the ups and downs of the stock market. And so I looked for something that might be better and safer. And those kind of investments are in real estate private equity fund. There's lots of studies that show that real estate private equity funds outperform both other real estate and most other investments. Just one data point, for example, is there's a investment group named Tiger 21. You have to have a net worth over 10 million to join, and it costs $30,000 a year to be a member. So fairly substantial people are members of Tiger 21, and with that fairly high net worth. And quarterly, they put out a allocation study of their members. All the members have to be totally transparent about their investment portfolio. And the number one investment in their portfolio is real estate. It's about a 22, 23% allocation, significantly more than all other assets. So I think that says a lot about what sophisticated investors are doing. And there's lots of data that backs up the strength of real estate. So I looked at making some investments in large private equity funds like Blackstone, Angelo Gordon, Apollo, Carlyle Group, Colony, and all of their returns were okay, 10, 12%, but they had $5 million minimum subscription. So when my brother and I were looking to invest together, that kind of ruled us out. We were looking to put 100,000 from each of us into a number of different real estate projects. And what we then discovered was that the mid-sized real estate private equity funds had both the highest returns of any real estate fund, but that the minimum investment sizes still were about 250,000 and 500,000. And you can imagine, as fund performance goes up, and if you're a fund manager and you've been generating 20, 25% annual returns, you're going to attract a lot of money. And if you have $100 million fund, you just don't want to accept investors at a $25,000 or $50,000 amount, because it's just too hard to get to that $100 million fund size. So you have usually a $500,000 or $1 million minimum investment size. But those are the best funds to be invested in. So what I did with my brother and I is I created a feeder fund, and we aggregated our capital with a couple of other investors who happened to be physicians like my brother. We ended up with something over 500,000, and we made a couple of investments. Word had spread throughout my brother's hospital, and on about the fourth deal that we were investing in, or real estate private equity fund, I should say, we had a $2 million pool of money, and I somewhat nonchalantly said, "Do you think we could get better terms because we're investing $2 million in your fund?" And they said, "Yes, we can give you a higher preferred return, better split of profits, lower fees. And that's when it dawned on me, this might be something for other investors to gain access to the best institutional real estate private equity funds, as well as invest in these funds under better investment terms. That's when the idea of CityVest dawned on me. That was about in 2017. We launched our first, what we call these feeder funds, we call them access funds. And we launched the first one, raised that first deal about $3 million in a pool of investors. It's worked out extremely well. We got more attractive terms in that underlying fund. And at this point, we've now done 15 of these feeder funds or access funds. We're pooling together $4, $5, $6 million amounts in each of these, and the underlying investors that join our access funds are gaining access to great real estate, institutional real estate investments, as well as under more attractive investment terms. Usually it's about a 12% preferred return, followed by 80% of profits, while the underlying funds usually have a lower preferred return and slightly worse percentage profits for the investors. So I think this leads to a lot of investors achieving much higher rates of return and better investments with these better terms so that they can achieve financial freedom. A lot of people are tired with the ups and downs of the stock market, and I think we give them a great alternative to the underperforming REITs and real estate crowdfunded deals and syndications. So I think we've done a great job in democratizing access to this real estate investment product. So why don't I see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, and as you're doing that, Alan, if you could adjust,
Yes.
there's something on your sound that's happening. It's giving some either feedback or I don't know if you hear it, but I checked with Dan, he hears it as well. Something is, I don't know, echoing. I don't know what it is, but it's giving some kind of feedback.
Okay, I'm not really sure what that would be.
Yep, right there when you stop talking. I don't know if you can hear it, but it almost sounds like a clanging hammer.
Is this any better right now?
No, it's still doing it. I don't know what it is, but go ahead and continue.
Okay, so so let me go through a couple of slides. So CityVest is an online investment platform where we provide individual investors, they're all accredited investors, with this unique access to the institutional real estate private equity funds, and we obtain these enhanced terms such as a higher preferred return and better split of profits. And obviously the problem is individual investors really don't have a great capability of comparing REITs, sponsored deals, condos, crowdfunded deals. We simplify all that by us doing research on over 700 real estate private equity funds per year to find what we think are the best real estate investments. There are about 12 million accredited investors in the US. Some people think 15, others think there's 20 million, but it's a huge market of investors for us to go after to invest in our access fund. To date, we've done about $1.5 million in aggregate revenue over the past 2 years, closing these 15 funds. And the great thing about our investment model is that we earn 1.75% of that capital that we raise, and that fee is a annual recurring fee. So at this point, with 45 million in assets under management, we have a healthy recurring revenue, and each new access fund that we do, it adds to that recurring revenue. We're raising 2.5 million through a safe type structure, which I'll get to at the end, which I think is very attractive for investors. The problem, as I've said, is that REITs and crowdfunded deals and sponsors don't perform, but real estate private equity funds have very high minimums. We solve that problem by creating our access funds, providing access to these institutional funds with a low minimum, just 25,000 to invest through our access fund. We're finding that the best institutional product in the market that have proven track records. All of our funds have auditors and administrators, which is not usually available through syndication or sponsors or crowdfunded deals. The investment benefits, as I've said, you get high rates of return. Typically, our access funds are obtaining 10 to 20% IRRs, institutional quality deals. We monitor all of the transactions and have a investment dashboard so our investors can review those transactions online. Traction is 15 different access funds that we've done. Nice amount of existing revenue, strong recurring revenue to date, and about 45 million in AUM. This highlights our revenue model of one-time fees from the access fund plus that recurring revenue fee should get us to about 10 million of high margin revenue by 2024. The way that we are approaching that 12 to 20 million person accredited investment market is through a whole group of marketing channels, including LinkedIn, Facebook, emailing, going to family offices, real estate clubs, etc. And we're using lots of different technologies, email marketing, SEO, influencers, and retargeting. CityVest integrates a number of different platforms to provide a easy and secure experience. This is a competitive matrix. Some people may have heard of firms like Realty Mogul or CrowdSuite or Real Crowd. I think they typically have individual sponsored deals while we're focusing on institutional real estate private equity funds. They are diversified, have auditors, administrators. I think it's a better product than is available in the market, but still accessible by individual investors at $25,000 amounts. This is our team. Chris Pisano is our CTO. My brother Jack, who lives in Boulder, as I described to you, is he's our general counsel. He's also general counsel of Boomtown Accelerator. Dan Sullivan is our director of marketing. Steve Catcher is our CFO, and Dave Geldart is our investor relations person. We have a fairly large team of investment advisors who bring us transactions, give us advice on what the best real estate funds are out there. The use of the $2.5 million is to expand our marketing. A key part of that is the engagement of a real estate celebrity who I think will drive tens of thousands of people to our website so that we can close our access funds both with more capital and close them quicker, so that that AUM of 45 million can quickly grow to over 100 million. And I think in just 2 years, we'll be over 300 million in assets under management. Some of the growth capital will be used to enhance the website, improve some of our systems, streamline them, build out a sales and distribution force, the team compensation, as I've mentioned, the endorsement contract. The SAFE that we've structured, 2.5 million of convertible promissory note with warrants. The promissory note is senior, so you're in the best position as an investor in the company. It'll pay a 12% per annum interest rate that's paid at the end of the 3-year term or rolled over into the conversion valuation. The conversion price is set at a 35% discount to the valuation in the next round, significant discount, and it does have a valuation cap. So if we are lucky enough to get a very high valuation, then the conversion valuation will stay fairly reasonable because of that valuation cap. And lastly, there's 100% warrant coverage so that even after you may convert or the note matures and you're repaid, you can hold on to your warrants for further upside. So that pretty much concludes the presentation. Izzy, I'd love to hear some questions that you might have to benefit your audience.
Yes, thank you so much for that. And you know what I loved about what you and I were talking when we were talking yesterday is really what you're doing is you're following the smart money, right? These are funds of funds, and it's not onesie twosie deals that you're looking for. Can you expand on that? how that differentiates from other funds where they identify a real estate project, there's a tremendous amount of risk, and how that differentiates from what you're doing.
So there's a couple of things in what you said. Obviously, if you're a real estate guy and you're putting deals together, it usually is one property, typically is a small property, and you don't have a significant breadth of deals to look at, because in today's market, properties are going pretty quickly. And if you're just a sponsor and you don't have equity, then you're not likely to win the bidding on a property. But imagine a real estate private equity fund in Denver, where that guy's lived there for 30 years. He knows every real estate broker in town. Every real estate broker, when they have a sale of a property, they're going to call that guy. And he knows whether you want to be on the north side of the street or the south side of the street, or whether an area has a good school district or is gentrifying and rents are going up. So you want to invest with that professional. And to the extent that he's on fund 3 and he's now raising $100 million, he's proven to a lot of people that he has a realized track record that gives him the evidence to show that he knows what he's doing, as opposed to a sponsor that might have a deal and you have no idea what their track record is, and they certainly don't use auditors or administrators to make you feel comfortable that that you should be investing in that fund. So we spend our time to locate these best of breed institutional funds, and we bring them to investors. And I think that's why we've quickly ramped up to over 500 investors investing in our investments, 45 million AUM, and we're looking for this growth capital to double and then double again that business, mostly through online, social media, email marketing tools.
You know, you talk about, you alluded to a celebrity real estate person, and I can tell you that one of the huge trends right now, when you look at things online, let's just take someone like Grant Cardone, for example, right? And he's got a little fund that he calls Cardone Capital. And this is a huge trend where people are looking for deals where smart money is identifying that. Can you talk a little bit about the fluidness, number one, of what that can look like with liquidity for investors in the future, and then who's going to want to buy a platform like yours? I think it's remarkable what you're doing. And when you think of the valuations that others have gotten, there's going to be some significant upside, in my opinion. Obviously, there's no guarantees with anything, but if you could touch on both of those points there a little bit, I think that'd be really helpful for investors to understand what they could do and where they could see their money go over the next 3 to 5 years.
Sure. So the underlying theme here is something called fintech. And fintech is one of the fastest growing areas in venture capital. In fact, in the SPAC world, virtually every SPAC has a fintech focus. You know, somewhat started with maybe the discount stockbrokers, and then we saw companies like PayPal. It is a huge, huge business. We're somewhat following in all of those footsteps of fintech, of bringing something to people that is better and easier. And there are quite a large number of these online investment marketplaces that may not be names that you know of. For example, there's a company named iCapital Network that does something similar to what we're doing. They do it not just for real estate, but for a range of products. But their recent capital raise gave them a $6 billion valuation.
Wow.
There's a firm named Cadre that Goldman Sachs invested in. They've got, and Andreessen Horowitz, they've got over $1 billion valuation. Yield Street is over $1 billion. Start Engine is a reggae online platform, $1.3 billion valuation. CrowdStreet, one of our competitors, well over $1 billion valuation. So any one of these companies will likely be a buyer of my company. And given their metrics, their AUM, I fully expect that our valuation in just 2 to 3 years will be well over 100 million, giving investors in this round of financing at least a 5x return and could be approaching a 10x return. And just one other little comment, because we already have our traction, we've got our website, we've got our technology, we have our marketing down, we're looking for growth capital. So to the extent that we execute on our marketing with our real estate celebrity, I believe we will get to that $300 million target AUM number just by executing our plan, not building new technology. This is not artificial intelligence. There's not a huge amount of risk in developing anything other than executing on a marketing plan. And if we do that and achieve that $300 million assets under management mark, then any one of these other companies that are the big companies out there, iCapital, Cadre, CrowdStreet, Yield Street, all are unicorns, all over $1 billion. The way that they will seek to grow is many of them will, if they don't already have a real estate component, they will look to buy CityVest to fill that real estate piece, and a valuation of a couple of $100 million will be a reasonable price to pay given our assets under management.
No question. And let's be real granular so investors understand. They're investing in your online platform that facilitates these transactions. It's not just one of these deals. And here's the reason why I'm saying that. There's money that is sitting on the sideline, and you and I concurred with this yesterday, where you have right now interest rates that are relatively low, potentially going to ratchet up here throughout the year, given the indication of the Fed. But needless to say, you also have inflationary rates that are skyrocketing. So they want to put their money somewhere, and it's certainly not, years ago, Alan, when I was a young Wall Streeter, I could take $1 million of a client's money and park it into a CD money market and spin off 9 to 12% in interest and make $100,000 a year for somebody. Those days are gone. So now there are sophisticated investors that are looking for opportunities that you present with your platform, and it is a bulging trend. And whoever is the one that can build these sophisticated platforms, which you've already done, the money is not coming out there. Like, you're not cutting your teeth on an investor's money. You're scaling this with marketing. And let's talk about that for a second, because one of the things that you and I chatted about is how well you understand marketing. So as you're taking investor dollars and then heightening the visibility of this platform, I think it's going to explode. So let's talk about that, what you're going to be doing with marketing so investors understand that.
Sure. So, this whole area that we're involved in emanated from the Jobs Act in 2013, where there was a little provision allowing for something called 506C, which means general solicitation of securities. Only beginning in 2013 were you allowed to advertise investment in securities. That's what we're relying upon. And so that, combined with things like Facebook, sponsored ads, LinkedIn, YouTube, email marketing, affiliate marketing, celebrity endorsements, all of those feed to driving investors who go to our website, they read about a transaction. All of the information is transparently available at the website. They can click on a button that says invest now. They go into DocuSign and fill in information. They seamlessly upload their accredited investor documents, wire transfer money. They get a dashboard. They can see their investment. They can see their distributions. Distributions end up in their bank account through ACH. So all of it is through a fintech world that's easy and seamless. And for us to disrupt the large investment banking firms is fairly easy, because someone who's 30 years old grew up feeling comfortable with the internet. Most of our customers, in fact, are between the ages of 30 and 50. Surprisingly few, the people who actually have the money might be age 70 on up. They're not, quite frankly, as comfortable with internet systems. So this is a growing field. And we've seen about 2 years ago, the highlight of the consolidation of an area in financial services, which is two of the largest discount stockbrokers being bought by even bigger players. So E-Trade, a huge company, was bought by Morgan Stanley. TD Ameritrade, the other huge discount broker, was bought by Charles Schwab. So that totally consolidated the entire discount brokerage business. That will happen in every area of finance, and I fully expect it to happen with online investment marketplaces like CityVest that are using these new technologies of online marketing, particularly using a celebrity endorsement, much like Start Engine has done with Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary. In just 2 short years, Start Engine has achieved a valuation of $1.3 billion, totally spectacularized. I'm not saying that we're going to achieve a $1 billion valuation status, but we certainly will be acquired by one of those companies who have achieved the $1 billion status, and that will give us that 5 to 10x return in just a couple of years, which is a huge investment return for any investors in today's convertible note offering.
And I can tell you that given the power of what you're going to be doing with your marketing on social media and things like that, as people just swipe looking for ideas to place money, those analytics work so well, but it's complicated to understand. You've got it figured out. We're out of time here, but I am so impressed what you've been doing, Alan, and I know our investor audience will be as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing your company capitalize, because I think it's going to end up becoming a household name. You're literally giving people access with a platform to invest in real estate, and that is remarkable. Great, great job. All right, everybody.
Thanks.
We are going to have, yeah, my pleasure, Alan. We are going to go to a break here. If you could give us 15 minutes on the clock, Dan, we're going to go into our home stretch here. Coming up next is going to be a good friend and colleague of mine with our client company, Automate, and what they're doing with Automate IQ. I think it's incredible with these vending machines. It's the wave of the future. My hat's off to you, Chris and Dan. I can't wait for you guys to present. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned for this. We'll be back in just about 15 minutes, and we'll go with that Automate IQ, that vending machine option, and it's incredible what they're doing. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in 15. Dan, throw some music on and 15 minutes on the clock, please. All right, welcome back. Sorry, I just ate a handful of some of these. These are good for the gut, right, Kyle? Mixed nuts, sea salt, little espresso to keep myself going here. Let's go ahead and spotlight Chris and Dan. So how in the world do you take these small products that are super valuable and can disappear very easily from shoplifting, corrupt employees, whatever it is? These guys have the answer to it. And I am so impressed with you guys. I've been impressed with you from the start. It's been an incredible blessing and opportunity to be connected with you guys. You're on mute, by the way, Chris and Dan. But I'd love for you guys to just share a little bit about your backgrounds, how you came about Plenty Wellness and what you're doing with Automate IQ. It is absolutely incredible. I was wowed right away. In fact, I got an investor on the when I was in your warehouse. You remember that? I called right away. I said, got to look at this. So without further ado, Chris and Dan from Automate IQ, you guys take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And Izzy, can you hear us okay?
I hear you great.
All right. I've got to say that there's one picture of all the people that are joining in today. It's Tim. Man, your picture, I love it. I was actually just down in the Keys, and I don't know if you guys can really see that, but
yeah, man.
Yeah. So love the water, love being outdoorsy and being in the water, scuba diving, things like that. So just talking a little bit about Automate IQ. Automate IQ came up really because of Plenty Wellness Express and because of our store here in Colorado, which is called Plenty Wellness. And so kind of starting out with where that all came from, Chris, do you mind going ahead and start your story?
Back in early 2016, I had worked in law enforcement and security. I had some very severe low back pain. Having worked in law enforcement, I watched the opioid epidemic from the front of the squad car. I won't take painkillers and I won't take muscle relaxers, but I needed something. And I don't say this lightly, especially in light of the last 2 years, but I was in so much pain. I was days away from suicide. I needed the pain to stop. Someone had referred me to CBD and I didn't know what that was. I've never used marijuana. And so I found a guy who was able to inform and educate me. And so I ended up trying it. And it was the most incredible thing, really, when it comes to health and wellness I've ever experienced in my life. 2 drops under my tongue and my entire life changed in about 2.5 seconds. The majority of the pain, the resulting anxiety and depression, everything was just gone. So obviously I had a lot to live for. And so I immediately bought what was really more of a head shop, turned that into a CBD store where we focused on information, quality, and education. But I quickly realized, and that tends to happen when you work 7 days a week for a year, that a boutique CBD store was not sustainable because it was going to go mainstream and there had to be a more efficient way to go rather than paying all of these rent bills, utilities, staff, and whatnot. And so I called my friend here, Dan Porter, who's a phenomenal engineer, and said there has to be a way for us to automate this process. And Dan will go into more of it in detail, but we spent years shopping the world for the best hardware and software. Just like our products, we demanded the absolute best. We wouldn't make any exceptions. And after years, we kind of got to the point where we just couldn't find a solution. Well, we finally found one company. We thought they were a great fit. We went up, looked at their solution, and we bought 2 machines. And they landed literally the day before the COVID shutdown. Once they landed, Dan opened them up, started looking at them, and we knew we'd been lied to. We had problems. And so that's where Automate IQ comes in. Within 4 hours?
Yep.
Dan, I said, that's it. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to build our own solution from the ground up for ourselves. We spent a fortune on software. We have a self-healing, incredible software to run our machines. But that's Automate IQ. What we're talking about today is Plenty Wellness Express, which is really the solution between Automate IQ and Plenty Wellness. It's the automated retail solution for CBD and wellness products.
Yeah, so thanks, Chris. So I really stepped out. My role here with the company is basically the lead engineer, and you wear a lot of different hats when you run a business and multiple businesses at that. So I actually come from the corporate world. I was a senior manager for a Fortune 500 business for over 7 years, worked my way up through the process and was actually a regional point of contact and specialist for one of the most difficult offices within the entire company. And Chris convinced me to come over and start working on automated retail and really bringing this solution that changed his life to the rest of the world. And so that's why we're here today. And also, when you guys see some of the numbers with our projections, I think you'll understand, jumping over and bringing it to everybody. So the great thing about this is we really are leveraging automation. And so we're able to achieve incredible advancements and effectively better benefits compared to opening additional retail locations. So I did the math early on, and for the same amount of money to run just one more location, Chris could actually finance and have 11 of our machines out in the marketplace. And I'll show you guys those here in a moment. But it's not just us. We've got a great team behind us. We've got incredible people. We work with doctors and nutritionalists and veterinarians and chiropractors. We've got some incredible advisors on our board as well, including Izzy. We greatly appreciate him. I'm sure you guys have heard this before, but he's kind of our pit bull on the leash. So when it comes to financial talk or anything like that, he's got our best interests and everybody's best interests at heart. And then two of our really good friends that we've developed incredible professional relationships with over the years. David Wogan, he's a member of Tenet Financial. He's actually our franchise advisor. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but he actually ran his own franchising company for over 20 years and just recently sold it to go work with Tenet Financial. And then one of the best and brightest business minds that I've ever encountered in my life is David Twite. He's the owner and president of McDonald and Owen Lumber. He has made some incredible mistakes in his life, and it's great because now he's able to tell us what to watch out for and how we should navigate things and how we should research things. And Chris and I will share that we've been able to avoid what we call nuclear landmines, just really because of a lot of the wisdom that's around us and all of the help that we've had along the way. So what really stands out to us and what Plenty Wellness Express are these automated retail machines. And so these automated retail machines are incredible. And whenever you look at what they achieve, Chris, would you jump into that and go through that as far as what we're able to do?
Sure. So obviously, just by placing this, because it is a point of sale in one, you don't need any employees. You simply stock it and let it do the work for you. So anywhere you place it, it becomes a store. We have access to some phenomenal locations, over 4,000 grocery stores, pharmacies, convenience stores, just through some friends of ours. So as far as placement, we have countless locations to put them. We're looking to franchise the model as well, because if you know anything about the CBD or hemp industry, it's growing rapidly and it's going to continue to grow. As a result of that, CBD products are a high theft category product. Having worked in loss prevention for the better part of a decade, I can tell you it's going to stay a high theft product. So the issue at grocery stores, convenience stores, liquor stores, wherever they're selling these products, is that they can't put it out on the shelf because people will walk out with it. And they put it behind the counter, they can't access it, they can't learn about it, and their cashiers don't know anything about the products. So they can't inform and educate. And then if you put it in the pharmacy, you've got pharmacists who may know a little bit about it, but they're busy. They don't have the time to sit there and answer all of your questions. And they truly don't know all of the information they should know about CBD products. Our solution handles all of that. Trust me, you cannot steal from it.
Right.
It's very secure. It's very, very precise. So it will always vend a product. Once it's out of products, it knows that, and it will remove the product. So you're not trying to buy something that is not in there. In addition, we've designed the software in a way that you can educate yourself. You can walk up, find out the product you're interested in, learn more about it, and make a purchase decision right then and there. But Dan and I, as we looked at automated retail, we knew that there was a problem, because as Americans in general, this wasn't normal for us pre-COVID to go buy retail products from a machine. It is now becoming incredibly common, and people are becoming way more comfortable with it because it's not that immediate interaction with other people. Through that, as we did research pre-COVID, we knew we had to find another revenue source. And that's why we added a 55-inch ad screen on the side. By leveraging that, in general, once you place a machine, very quickly, you'd be in the profit. I mean, we're talking within a matter of weeks, just because of the ad revenue side. On top of that, as time goes by and people become more used to it, more comfortable, they start purchasing products from the machine. That's just icing on the cake. But the return is really significant on a per machine basis. And
so lastly, I'll just kind of jump in here real quick, is when you look at the technology that we implemented, we're using industrial engineered German PLCs for all of our products and components. Everything has over a 10-year shelf life or in the field, high demand use. It's something that we are really passionate about, not going to a company that is just mass producing machines and, roll them out for nothing, but then they fail, and so the age verification is built in. We've got proprietary software that's able to solve that. It's able to make a decision within seconds of submitting some information, and it's very, very accurate. It's based off of credit profiles without damaging credit or showing an inquiry or anything like that. But we have cameras inside and outside of the machine. All of our machines are accessible through any connected device. So even while I was in Florida, I was checking in, watching our sales happening in real time and getting alerts whenever we were starting to sell low on some products, because I actually just stocked one machine before I left and I've already got to go fill it up again. So that's a good problem to have. What's great about this is, you can have a whole fleet of these machines out running, generating sales, promoting your brand, your advertising. And with our advertising, we actually saw a over 33% increase in product sales. And to give you guys an idea, because we had purchased from what was previously the world leader in automated retail, and then we rolled out our machine in the exact same location with our software, our hardware, and everything, we actually achieved over a 580% increase in revenue on a monthly basis. So it's been a huge win for us being able to make this successful. You add in the advertising and it just goes way beyond. So we mentioned a little bit about the automated retail. It is a very intelligent system. It's very intuitive. We went through over 400 different iterations and lines of code to get it so that anybody from any walk of life can pretty much walk up to the machine and intuitively be able to flow through the entire process, including adding additional items to their cart. So while I was flying through different airports, I definitely would stop and look at the different machine options that were out there. Coming through DIA in particular, there were multiple vendors that were closed down. It was late at night. You could see all their beautiful products and you couldn't purchase anything. No one was there working the spot. Whereas if they had our machine, it could be working 24/7, 365. They don't call out sick. They will check themselves every 10 minutes and they notify you of any kind of issues. But what I would say that is so incredible about this, you put it all together, and what we're doing is we're capturing a ton of consumer data. And why that matters is we recently had an independent third party actually analyze our consumer data, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of data per location per year. So we can turn around and sell that data back to the location where our machines are being hosted. And we've got a whole list of what we're actually able to capture. But through the Internet of Things, it's incredible what kind of data you can capture and how we can actually serve specific ads to specific, key triggers. So based on someone's profile, they can actually walk up and be served a specific ad. And really what we're looking to do is incorporate a mobile app. We've already scoped it out. We've already looked at all the integrations, and through the mobile app, we will be able to not only drive sales, but also encourage people to come to our machine through gamification processes. And we've already got some pretty incredible target locations that we've already been speaking with to launch our machines that I think is just going to make it a home run. So whenever we think about automated retail in general, and you look at how it's growing, COVID has really just exacerbated that and increased the adaptation that consumers are having, where they want convenient items. They want them to be when and where they shop, where they work, where they play, where they work out. Even earlier today, Chris and I, we were actually at his gym and we saw a vending machine there with some gloves in it. And walking through the airport, I saw a vending machine with children's items like diapers and formula and all these types of things. You look at how consumers shop, and we have been trained over the years to want something that we can get immediately. We want that convenience, but we also want to be educated about it. And so our machine is able to solve all of those problems, bring it together in one convenient package. And as you guys can see on our chart here, worldwide interactive kiosk market and revenue is rapidly increasing. And by the year 2027, it's going to be over $20 billion is what they estimate. So the other thing that we did that is so unique to our model is we spent years not only developing the solution for ourselves, but also researching and developing a digital out-of-home advertising solution. And so we've, once again, looked around the world. We've looked to find the best software we could possibly find. And ultimately, it came back to where we should just build it ourselves. And so we have an incredible platform that has all of the basics and everything that we need that we're able to tweak and adjust and really get it just right. But what that solution does for us is not only are we able to sell third-party advertisements to available spots on our machines, but we're able to effectively guarantee that we fill up all of those spots. So we've done all the legwork. This is really, in a big way, just going to be throwing gasoline on the fire for the business, because we've already got those great track records. And you look at digital out-of-home ad spending, one of my favorite aspects to that is there was actually a statistic that came out, according to the Outdoor Advertising Association of America. For every dollar spent on out-of-home advertising, the average return was over $5.97 in product sales. So you look at speaking to your target audience, you look at reaching to them directly through the mobile app, and then they can come and interact with the machine in real time, pick up the product. It's such a convenient solution that we've had an incredible buzz around it. People are really excited. So anything you want to add there, Chris?
No.
Awesome. So this is the one that was
exciting.
Yeah, this is the exciting stuff. And we're watching our time here. But what we're wanting to do is we're actually seeking $2.5 million. And what that's going to allow us to do is launch 35 kiosks into the marketplace. By the year 5, we actually not only are able to fund ourselves, including our growth, but we want to reach over 1,085 kiosk locations throughout the United States. We are targeting a couple of different specific locations. We've got some incredible connections with, places in Nevada, you guys can all imagine, here in Colorado, down in Texas, but some really high traffic locations. And because of that, we're able to achieve some incredible results with sales, including our advertising. So you can see in year 1, the revenue, so the actual revenue is over $4 million with our projection, and the net profit is over $2 million, but it doesn't look like anything because you get out to year 4 and year 5, and those numbers just skyrocket to the point that we are so excited to be able to offer this to a potential investor that can come in, partner with us, put that gasoline on the fire, and really win together. We're big believers in relationships and people and finding the right person that's going to work with us and what doors they're able to open as well. So when we look at our revenue versus our net profit, we're actually trending up to around 48%. So 48% of every dollar we bring in and generate, we're actually retaining that. So pretty exciting numbers there. So our go-to-market strategy specifically with that $2.5 million, we'll show you guys a breakdown on the next slide, but we already have 3 kiosks that are out in the marketplace. One of those has been out for over 2 years now. So we have incredible market data. We have got some incredible analysis. We know exactly where we need to go, where we need to place the machines in order to maximize not only product sales, but also ad revenue. That's going to allow us to really, again, pour gasoline on the fire, start saturating the market, implement our franchising opportunity, which is where we're able to offer this to other people. So that way their money is helping us put more of our machines out into the marketplace and really give them the American dream and take advantage of automation in and of itself. So that's really the nicer way of saying bolster the brand is the faster we're able to saturate the market, the more effective it's going to be, the less likely competition can come in. But with the amount of really investment that we already have into it and the proprietary analysis, we're years ahead. And so to really meet our objectives, I already mentioned the $2.5 million in investor funding. And so this gives you guys a breakdown of where that would go, including launching the additional kiosks, inventory for those machines, some of our software, including the mobile application development, salaries for everyone to be able to stock machines and place machines, and of course, marketing on our franchise setup. So, and then we'll also have a great healthy retaining for our working capital to make sure that we can actually see this endeavor through and be successful with it. So, Izzy, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, you fell off there. You dropped off, and I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Guys, I got to tell you, I mean, when you first were introducing this project, I fell in love with it immediately. And I spoke to the fact already that I was literally on the phone, FaceTime an investor, Danny Davis, if you recall,
Yep.
and he taking a look at this. And what I am so blown away with is what you can do with not only the vending machine, but the analytics around who's buying, as well as the advertisements that you can have there. And Kyle Kittries, who's on here as well, he sells CBD based products, and he can tell you, you can have a product that, and why don't we talk about that for a second? Folks, if you're an investor listening, I want you to listen closely to this, because as we know, CBD is on fire right now. It is a growing industry. It's incredibly remarkable, but it has its pitfalls. Let's talk about some of the vials, which I got to get another one from you, by the way. No, seriously, I noticed that my blood pressure actually went up. I haven't been on the drops probably for about 2 months, and my blood pressure is back up. So anyway, I've been saying that I'll get over to you guys, but needless to say, let's just talk about that vial that I got from you guys. How much is something like that, right? It's about this big. You had something on your desk. How much does something like that cost?
So our biggest seller is $140. It's a half-ounce bottle, but it's concentrated. And our customers are blown away that that bottle lasts anywhere between 2 and 6 months, depending on their use. And they said they've tried other products and they can't find anything that compares.
So, yeah, I mean, we're talking like something like this small, right? So for $140, or do you have one on your desk there? Yeah. So $140. I mean, that can disappear on the shelves very easily like this, right? I can just throw it in my pocket and it disappears very easily. Yeah. Here's what I love about this model. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Things so like creams. Yep.
Here's what I love about this model. You guys can have a franchisee buy products from you, right? Yeah. And maybe they invest $10,000 in products and they put it in some of it in a vending machine. Okay. And actually, I don't even like that term for you guys. It's automated retail is a better phrase. Okay. Now, in that automated retail machine, I don't have to hire an employee for that. I put it in how much space does it take up again, square footage wise?
It's actually 9.6 square feet total. So
okay, so 10 square feet, I'm able to sell thousands of dollars worth of goods that are protected in there. And how about this? I want to talk about this for a second, your age verification process and all that. And now when I've made that investment into the Plenty products, now I also can start making money with the ads that are on there. And I may have you guys jump to, can you just put a visual back up there if anyone's joining us late, or just show the actual automate machine, because here's what I find so fascinating about this. You can invest as a franchisee in a business, okay? And now I own this automated retail piece of equipment that I invested this money in, but now my overhead, it goes way down and I immediately start making money because I can be selling ads in there. And here's what's cool about this. And I know I'm saying a lot, but I want people to understand the breadth of what you can do. Do you think as an advertiser, I would want to know, hey, I'm getting typically 63% males between the age of 23 and 34. Do you think that's an important analytic for me to understand for my ads to put in front of people? The answer to that is yes. Okay. So now here they are walking by this. Okay. And now you have a machine that can prove the age verification when you're selling the CBD products. I know I threw a lot of content out there, but can you guys just touch on some of the things I mentioned, because it's so powerful? I was blown away when I saw this machine in your warehouse.
So Izzy, just from an ad standpoint, to make investors, franchisees' lives even easier, as far as ad placement, they can go and sell it themselves, that's fine. But we actually have numerous marketing agencies, individuals, sales reps that want to sell the ad space. So literally, if a franchisee were to buy a machine and go place it, that screen becomes live on the network. You can sell the ad space you want, you'll make more money that way. Or you can just literally plug it in, and we have people out there that will sell it. And we have a wholesale rate for the ad space. So we are guaranteed on every campaign that is sold, the franchisee and us as a company, we make money. So you literally can sell ad space yourself or not, but you'll make money on it either way.
That's absolutely incredible. And now I don't have any concern, and just talking back with the age, going back to the age verification a second. I go to buy something because that's the immediate concern. Hey, how can you verify this? Talk about the technology that you guys created. It's absolutely incredible. Okay. And I don't want you to give away your secret sauce, because this is being broadcast and recorded and it's going to get disseminated to our investor base. But what I want you to talk about is how you guys created that, and it verifies age. It's absolutely incredible.
So I love that question. Age verification is a huge problem in the hemp industry. And the other thing is every other company that I've ever looked into or researched, whenever they offer age verification on a machine, it's on the entire machine. So if you want to buy a bottle of water, you have to whip out your wallet, scan your driver's license, hope it reads it in order to even make a purchase. And what we're able to do with our software is we can turn on our age verification on specific products and not have to restrict the entire machine. So unrestricted items, items that we consider safe or that the location considers okay to sell without age restriction, we can do that, which has allowed us to capture significantly more sales because I'm not trying to age verify things that people aren't willing to do. But the age verification is actually using real-time algorithms. The customer, we actually pared it down to about 5 fields of information. They put in that information, it shoots it off, and within 2 seconds, it looks at a credit bureau and it looks at basically the customer's profile, and we're able to determine with a certain accuracy, anything above 98% accuracy, we can actually go ahead and approve that transaction. If it's something that we want to lock down or something where we're not able to reach that high confidence interval of the person standing in front of our machine, then we actually send them, there's a little pop-up, it asks if we can send them a text message to their cell phone. They say yes, they get a text message, they take a picture of the back of their driver's license. Our software is actually able to read the back barcode on the driver's license, compare it to the credit bureau's profile, and then the AI intelligence is actually able to make a decision to go ahead and vend that product. And if we're not able to, then it just asks them to remove that one item from their cart because maybe they have 5 other things in the cart, and that way they just take that one out. They can still have their transaction go through. They still get their products and they're happy. And to date, our record for number of items sold in one transaction is 13. We've actually seen our cart sizes significantly grow over time as consumers get more and more comfortable with this. But that's been our record so far.
The closest competitor from an age verification standpoint, they require you download a third-party app. You have to contact them, take selfie pictures, send your ID over, all kinds of information. Then they have to approve you within the database. Ours, we don't do any of that. It's just super clean and efficient like that.
That is so amazing to me. And when I'm walking around airports and I see this, and I'm also thinking about websites as well. As I mentioned, Kyle being on here, but not specifically related to his, but he sells CBD products. But there are also products where you need age verification online. And what do? It just simply says, are you 18 years of age or older, right? And everyone clicks yes, right? And that doesn't even care. You can get this stuff shipped to you and you might be underage. There's a huge problem with that. And you guys mitigate all that risk here. And here's a beautiful shot of the Automate IQ machine. And here it is in a liquor store, it looks like. And what's so powerful about this is now this person walks up to this, you're capturing this information, you're capturing some details, you're building a database as well as all these folks. And now you can have an advertiser that's saying, hey, what are the analytics here? Who am I actually going to advertise to? Well, it's all right here. Can you speak to that before we wrap up here?
Go for it.
Obviously, that information is very important. And so that's why we take into consideration where we place our machines. We've got it in 2 malls and a liquor store. And over the last couple of years, we've been gathering that data. And obviously, you hit a very different profile depending on where you go. But that's extremely valuable, as you were saying, for advertisers, whether or not they're hitting the proper demographic. It's interesting. In our store, for us, it's a big deal to have a relationship with our customers. And what we've actually found, because of the ease of use of our machines, we have very, very loyal customers. We have some customers that literally buy every single day on their way home, and we've never met them. Yep. And so we've done it right. And that's where, with the investment, it's building out a mobile app where we can truly have that interaction with them.
Yep.
But it's incredible. We've never met these people, and they use our machines every single day.
And I misspoke. I want you guys to queue up one last thing, if you wouldn't mind doing this. Sure. I want you to show the video of the touchless interaction, because here's a major concern people have. You're walking around an airport, and there's some 5-year-old kid with a runny nose. He's putting his hands on the screen, smearing things. There's other people walking all over the world, touching the screen and things like that. You don't have to worry about that. with the Automate IQ and the Plenty Wellness brand, if this is located in some location that's high traffic and people are touching the screen, they have developed a technology, touchless. Okay. This is proprietary to them, where you can make these movements rather. And in a moment, it captures that. It's all, I've done it before. I've tried it on the machine. It's incredible. Do you have that video queued up?
Yeah, let me share it right now.
Yeah. So watch this, everybody. This is incredible.
Hey guys, we're at our R&D shop. So we're running a simple user interface right here on one of our machines. What we're featuring today is actually our gesture control. So what I mean by that is for our COVID-friendly option, we have incorporated the ability to track your finger, including clicking. So just by motioning forward. So for example, you can see that I'm running the user interface without even touching the machine. So the consumer can walk up to it, motion towards the button, and it'll actually run the user interface all without even having to touch the machine. So they can select products, they can add it to their cart, they can go to the checkout screen. You can see here, once we go checkout, in this case, this features our age verification. We'll get into that in a future video. Thanks, guys.
That is so incredible. There are going to be so many franchisees that are very interested in that, right? Think about this maybe in a hospital or in an emergency room or whatever it is. Not an emergency room. What are those clinics called? The urgent care clinic. All these places that have, just a small footprint, and there's your captured audience. That, yeah, I'm in there and I've got this back pain or whatever. And you know what? My friend's been telling me, but there's a CBD machine in front of it. But you know what? I'm sitting in an emergency room. Everyone's got runny noses and masks on. I don't want to touch that screen. Well, you don't have to. I mean, guys, it is remarkable what you're doing. The technology, what you can sell in that space. There's a gentleman on here. Dan, can you spotlight him? His name is Kyle Kittries. And he was talking earlier about his place, Mystic Mesa Ranch, and what he's doing with his products and how he can have some partnership with. I'm going to connect you guys, but Kyle, tell me what you think about this technology that they have there and how they're selling these CBD products in a small footprint. You're on mute, by the way, Kyle.
I just unmuted. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. Well, I like that technology ad that they've got on there. Not only can you advertise, but not touch the screen and capture data. That's really good. I'm curious, does it also change? Like if it's 18 in one state and 21 in another, it doesn't. Yeah. Or if let's say some states you can't sell it in, would it be able to just not operate in that state? Would it be that intelligent?
So the software that we developed, we actually built it for additional expansion in the future. And what's great about it is we own it. So it would take our guys no time at all if there was a specific feature. With those types of products, what we would do is we would just encourage you to sell something there that you can sell, but what's great is when you walk up and merchandise the machine itself, you just select it from a drop-down menu. You're able to put in the quantity and the exact lane that it's in, and you can actually test it in real time. So yeah, we'd be able to change the age as well. So in some states 18 and others 21, absolutely no problem.
Cool. No, I really like the technology. I've seen a lot of vending machine companies in the past that, everyone's fighting for market space on that, and to have something that really differentiates. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Say, please talk to us. If you're interested in it at all, talk to us. We've been through the ringer. We literally built these machines for ourselves because no one could deliver on what we needed. And the first company Chris didn't mention, whenever those machines landed right before COVID happened, it was kind of a blessing in disguise that the malls had closed because it wouldn't even take payment. For 5 weeks, I was helping their engineers and their software developers fix it so the machine wouldn't even take money. And these machines have just a couple of jobs: take money, educate consumers, and give products. It's really that simple. And whenever the machine doesn't do that, that's a problem. So we developed it in such a way that we're actually checking multiple systems every 10 minutes. It's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. It's amazing what you guys are doing. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to ask if you're going to do self-distribution, or are you going to use other distributors to help fill these machines? Do you have a plan along those lines?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are very flexible. We are big believers in win-win deals, however. So, because if we win together, we'll keep working together, But Izzy, yeah, if you want to connect us afterwards, this would be great. We'd love to continue that conversation. And there's actually a lot. So we tried to condense it down to 20 minutes, keep it short and sweet.
Right.
I could pontificate for days about the technology and what we've done and where we're at and show videos and all that good stuff. So.
Well, great job. Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thanks, Chris and
Thank you.
Dan.
Thanks,
So
guys.
proud to be a part of your partnership. Really excited with that. All right. Up next, we've got Doug Slattery with Cyborg. Now, I mean, folks, if you've walked into any of these new buildings today, co-working space and everything else, having the automation that is and that technology that's available today, that's just a sliver of what cyber goes into. But I'm so excited for you to be sharing with our investor audience and what you're doing, because it is nothing short of absolutely remarkable, Doug. I'm so impressed with what you've built. And I think with your background, and I know you don't say it often, but talking about your military background as well as your family history of putting people on the moon, my goodness. So without further ado, Doug Slattery, Cyborg. Go ahead, Doug, take it away.
Sure thing. Thanks for the warm introduction, Izzy. Spring has arrived here in Texas, where we are up in McKinney, north of Dallas. It's a nice day.
Right on.
Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. I've been tempted to take my computer out on the back porch and present from there. But anyway, a quick background on me before we jump into things. Technology is my passion ever since I was a kid. My parents, they worked on the Apollo space program back in the 60s and early 70s, where I credit my fascination and curiosity towards technology. My career started in electronics and software engineering back in the military in the 80s. I was in the US Air Force, a tour of duty in the Far East. I ended up on a special assignment at Pacific Air Force headquarters at Hickam Air Force Base in Honolulu to work on their computer systems, and was later honorably discharged, where I continued my career in engineering in the private sector. Now, my career has spanned multiple industries, including aerospace and fintech, on multiple projects of various sizes. Before I left the workforce about 3.5 years ago, I had authored multiple patents in computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. All right, so let's get started. Let's talk about the smart buildings, automation, video surveillance, and how we can help businesses of all size. So building management and automation systems have been around for quite some time, typically consist of disjointed systems from multiple vendors with a lot of customization that's quite costly, and also increasing cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Last year, businesses of all size experienced $20 billion in ransomware, just ransomware attacks. And cyber tech has solved this problem by combining these different systems into a single platform, inclusive of intelligent video surveillance and making it available to businesses of any size. Conference rooms, offices, and retail storefronts, and more that are integrated with smart technology devices with the cyber technology platform can be controlled and managed by occupants through the cyber app for mobile, PC, and Mac devices. Occupants using cyber mobile app control of the creature comforts of smart homes, for instance, in the offices and conference rooms where they work on day to day, while management and security personnel monitor common areas with the desktop app, which is very rich in features, providing these professionals with better tools they need to protect the occupants. Secure data visualization and video analytics tools available in the cyber web app give these professionals information that they need when they need it and where they are, an intuitive graphical dashboard, providing real-time data to further reduce potential disruption or improve efficiency. Okay, so let's talk about a little about the inspiration behind cyber tech. I give credit to my wife, Anna. Anna is a professional in the hair industry, specializing in color. And she was personally trained by Vidal Sassoon at the beginning of her career. Now, she had a salon with stylists coming and going at all hours of the day from the salon. And she didn't want to have to keep running back and forth to the salon or asking me to run back and forth to the salon to make sure that lights were off, the doors were locked, and the building was secure. Okay, so cyber tech brings Internet of Things, IoT ecosystems of smart devices to life for applications in smart buildings, cities, smart communities, and even smart homes without the need of the cloud. And the cloud introduces its own set of cybersecurity and performance risks. Combined with state-of-the-art AI, analytical models, image analysis, computer vision, those tech types of things, The cyber platform helps with identifying operational efficiencies to reduce costs, as well as top-line revenue initiatives for business owners in retail, restaurants, auto dealerships, hair salons, and more. Now, while developing the cyber platform at Anna Salon, I realized the same technology could also be used for homeowners and business owners besides ourselves, and came up with a list of industries that could benefit with the technology that I had developed. And as you can see from this slide here, it gets quite busy. And what it boils down to is basically any structure that runs on electricity could potentially benefit from cyber technology. And after speaking with several people about my idea for the cyber platform, they liked it, which encouraged me to see how big of a market there was for what I had developed for Anna's Salon and our home. Now, one of the questions that I had was that smart devices individually add a little bit of incremental value to their non-smart counterparts. So locks versus smart locks, thermostats versus non-smart thermostats, et cetera. And now you combine the interoperability of all those devices working together harmoniously in ways that make sense. And then there's another layer of value that's provided by this technology. So we see the market potential in just the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where the Census Bureau says there's 7.5 million people in the Metroplex where we are. There's 90,000 commercial facilities, which represents about $225 million of revenue in the B2B market. Now, sales in 2021 for electronic security services and video surveillance are up 20% from 2020. And that's a big jump in growth, which has been trending at 20% annually year over year. Okay, so once we expand this nationally, we're looking at $37 billion addressable market, and that represents about half of the global market. Now, how we've entered this market is through early adopters, pilot projects, and with the release of our first MVP for intelligence video surveillance, which we're selling now. We're doing social media campaigns. We have a sales team here, which is canvassing the Dallas area, generating leads that we will be closing here in the upcoming months, hopefully before spring. And we also have a recurring revenue component on the video analytics side of things that will bring in an additional revenue stream. We also have interest within the DoD, DHS, federal, state, and local governments for our technology that we've been socializing within the government. And once that we start reaching economies of scale and our technology becomes more affordable for consumers, we will enter a consumer electronics channel. Okay, so the revenues that we have projected from this approach, we can see here going out to 5 years, and Izzy's team, their finance team, Dan has helped, and they've done a great job of validating our projections, as well as taking it to the next step of identifying what type of ROI an investor can expect to see from investing in a company like Cybertech, like ours. So to make all of this happen, we are raising $900,000 in the form of a convertible note, a 20% discount with 2-year maturity. Use of funds will be for ongoing product development. We have $350,000 slated for at least 2 additional senior level engineers to add additional features for the next phase of releases that we will have with the cyber platform. $250,000 is slated for sales and marketing and branding to expand our social outreach, trade shows, and other marketing channels. $150,000 for legal professional service expenses, another $150,000 for operational expenses and working capital. Okay, so before jumping into questions, I want to mention about Pepperdine University's Most Fundable Companies competition. If you've heard of this competition, every year they invite companies from across the country of any size to enter the competition and to see how they're doing or how fundable that they are from an outside point of view. And companies that are selected to advance through the competition have to answer increasingly more complex questionnaires that take several hours to complete, kind of like going through the due diligence of an investor process or creating a business plan. Now, of the 4,500 entrants that entered in 2020, our company, Cybertech, was one of 100 that was selected to go to the semifinals. Now, this achievement was very encouraging that we were on the right track to success. Now, as a result of participating in the event, Pepperdine will provide their own in-depth analysis in the form of a comprehensive radar graph, as well as reviewer reports to the entrants that enter the competition that indicate where they're doing well and areas where they need to be focusing on. Now, also, some more encouraging news. Next month, we will be at the semifinals of the Veterans Business Battle hosted by Rice University. Of course, we're a veteran-owned small business, and we're classified as a VOSB by the Small Business Administration. And of the 16 semifinalists, 3 winners will be awarded thousands of dollars in grants to be used as the entrepreneurs see fit. Okay, as we talk to other folks and other investors, one of the questions that we get, how much does it cost? And that's a reasonable question. A lot of people are curious about that. The Cyber Intelligent Video Surveillance Platform, our first MVP, is priced at $3,000, which includes 5 good quality indoor-outdoor cameras, storage for a week worth of footage, an emergency battery backup unit in case the power goes out, rules engine, motion automation, motion detection, the analytics, alerting, all the software for your mobile phone, your desktop, and tablet devices. Now, some people may think that that's a high price, but as business owners yourselves and homeowners, you know that you invest a lot of time and money to try to succeed with what you are doing. And why would you skimp on protecting those assets? Now, by partnering with real estate and property development professionals, which we have done, the cost of the cyber platform can be rolled into the bill and absorbed in a typical mortgage like a stove or refrigerator or other appliance and not even noticed by the homeowner. So that's one of our strategies for entering the consumer electronics market. And now another question that I get is, what makes you different from the established companies? Okay, so that's another good question that we get. Besides some of the points that I've touched on, the scalability. Our platform can be used across multiple facilities that a business may have. It can be used across commercial, across residential, across communities. And this kind of seems like a barrier to entry to some of the bigger companies. And let me explain what I mean by that. There's some real stories that I've heard multiple times about multiple companies. An order is placed to have a system installed by one of these companies. And on installation day, the technician arrives for the installation. And one of the first things that he realized was that the order was incorrectly placed as for like a residential order instead of a commercial order. Now, this happened to be a showstopper, and they had to stop the installation, reschedule it, all for a simple clerical entry error. And as confusing as that may sound, that is to us, it didn't make sense. Our platform, it uses the same technology, whether it's for commercial or residential. It adapts to the environment that it's in, and not the other way around. Now, this problem that these other big companies have, it sounds like they may have to go through retraining potentially thousands of employees, redoing their back office processes to be able to support this type of model. Cloud-free, we do not have any cloud dependencies. It will run without the internet. Of course, having cloud services, we do support that. But if the power goes out, or like last winter, if you recall the deep freeze across the Midwest when cloud connectivity was just cut off during power outages and cloud outages, internet outages, smart device ecosystems that were dependent on cloud services went dead in the water. Our platform just continued operating like it was a normal day. Another question that we get is, it sounds like a lot of work went into developing cyber platform. Who helped you develop it? Another great question. Meet James Nee and Richard Ingram, who are hardware tech guys on our team. They are from the ST Microelectronics alumni. ST Microelectronics, if you're not familiar with that company, they manufacture the semiconductor circuit boards that go into the set-top boxes for the cable TV industry. So they are very experienced, familiar with video streaming technology, which is heavily used in our platform. as well as embedded security, hardware-based security encryption. I like to call them got a Reese's peanut butter cup relationship. So my core competencies are more heavy on the software, on the peanut butter. Their core competencies are more hardware, which is chocolate. Together, we're two good things that go great together. All right. Also on our team, meet Pat Fiore from Fiore Brands. She's helping us with marketing strategy and branding, decades of experience helping other big companies grow their brand. We also have Trevor Anderson, who's helping us with financial services. He has decades of experience in the private equity sector. And of course, you all know Izzy, who's done a great job of putting these events together and preparing us for events such as this today. And so that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for attending today. And if you have any follow-up questions that you think of after the event, please feel free to reach out to me or Izzy. I'll make myself available. And I'm also happy to set up a live demo that we can do over Zoom for anybody that wants to see the CyberTech platform in action. All right, I'll turn it back over to you, Izzy.
All right, great job, Doug from Cybor. That was awesome. And Doug, you know what I think investors want to understand is, hey, this all sounds great, and you alluded a little bit to cost and things of that nature. But you know what I'm noticing as I'm traveling this great country from time to time, gosh, there are cranes in every city. I mean, buildings are being put up. You go to Las Vegas and watch, you know, all those cranes that are still, even with COVID, these hotel casinos that are still going up. You know, I won't say that COVID was a hiccup, because that would be disrespectful, but I think they believe that it would be something that we'd be able to get through. And we're starting to see that, and buildings are being built. And there's lots of people that want to utilize a technology like this. But let's talk about existing buildings that don't have anything like this, that is harder to compete with the more modernized building. How simple is it to integrate Cybor with something like that, Doug?
Well, ideally, a new construction integrating smart technology with a new construction is easier, but it's not impossible, and also able to retrofit existing buildings with this technology. It's just not just hardwired solutions. A lot of wireless technology can be placed, similar to how you have Wi-Fi routers that you may see in buildings that are bolted to the ceiling. And similarly, we can do that with wireless technology for Internet of Things devices, so that we'll be able to collect in that ecosystem of devices to our platform.
And what I think is a really cool feature is it's right in the palm of your hand, right? So I can download the Cybor app, and let's say I'm a management company that's managing several buildings, and I need to control the HVAC system, and then maybe we're seeing the conference rooms not being utilized as much. So what can I do to maybe not have air going in there, or the lights being turned on, things like that. So all that can be controlled in the palm of my hand and integrated and coordinated with all these different systems that might be across a large footprint. Now, you touched on the fact that you don't need cloud services to do this. Can you speak to that? Because I think for me, that was a confusing piece. I was like, wait a second, how in the world can you operate without the cloud? Because I feel like our world today is so cloud dependent. What is it? And let's talk about the box that you utilize with Cybor. Let's talk about that a little bit and how you can integrate that into a system for potential customers.
Sure, absolutely. So I happen to have one of our boxes right here. It's literally a black box, but this little unit is more powerful than the PC on your desktop. It packs a lot of hardware accelerators, GPU technology. So a lot of processing power, and the chip manufacturers, they actually claim that it has supercomputing power in a small footprint that uses less than 20 watts of power.
Wow.
So we're not the hardware manufacturer. We're using off-the-shelf parts to build these hardware units, and we're flexible enough with our software. If the hardware changes or they stop manufacturing this, all we've got to do is take our software, drop it on a similar box, compile it, and we're ready to offer that as our solution. So removing the cloud calculations, computations that aren't needed, and bringing that computational power to where the device or where the data is generated by these devices. It saves time. It's less risky, and it just makes more sense.
And would you have been able to let's talk about that for a second, because you said that with that freeze, everybody remembers that for sure, and Texas got impacted by it significantly. So would you have been able to still operate an office building? Obviously, if they have power, first of all, but assuming they have power, would they still be able to access everything that they need if it was something that was controlled with electronic door mechanisms, the video system, the cameras, all of that? Would that still be up and functioning?
If it's configured the right way, absolutely. And what I mean by the right way, there's a technology called power over Ethernet. Some people might be familiar with that, but if you hardwire networking, the power supply is provided on the network cable. So you don't need an external power source. So providing the battery backup unit, like I mentioned, that comes with our system, gives that power source when the power goes out from the main utilities.
That's amazing, Doug, because when we saw that happen, everybody was dead in the water, right? And, and we spoke about how cyborg could be the answer to that for other, God forbid, any other, situations that come about like that. But that's a concern for security people, thinking about the security that happens maybe in an apartment building, in an office building, whatever that looks like. There's major concerns there, and you guys can circumvent all that with your technology. It's absolutely incredible. I'm so honored to be a part of you, and thank you so much for Doug, for you sharing. And folks, like he had mentioned, if you're interested in learning more, you can certainly connect with him or directly with us. Doug, great job. Give him a round of applause. I'm going to finish up here with my closing thoughts. That's it for us today, folks. But let me just give you some of my closing thoughts here. You look at these companies here, each and every one of you are absolutely incredible individuals. Being an entrepreneur is not for the faint at heart, number one. And you guys have done it in one of the most trying times and are doing it through one of the most trying times our country, our nation has ever seen, even our world. I mean, running through this epidemic, the pandemic that we had seen, and now the geopolitical risks that are at stake. You guys are still trucking forward. Investors are very interested in seeing your businesses and how that's going to change the complexion of the future. And I got to tell you that I'm so humbled and honored to be a part of that, to heighten the visibility of each and every one of your companies, to be able to share that with all the folks that are out there. And guys, I absolutely love what you're doing. And one thing that I don't want to forget, one individual that I don't want to forget, while we have team members in the background that help us along the way, you got to give it up for Dan Matthews. My goodness, gosh, show him some love in the chat. Dan is an amazing individual. He's helped with so many of your financial forecasting, just watching everything on the back end that's going here with today, presenting that to everybody. We love you, Dan. We're so stinking blessed to have you a part of our lives. And if you know anything about Dan, man, he'll grab his daughter in a moment's notice, sit her on his lap, and still run through your financials on his day off. Not that I'm encouraging you to be leveraging his day off. I'm just saying he cares so much about the success of each and every one of you guys. So please show him some love in the chat. I don't think any of you would be able to present the way you're able to present the numbers and the facts and the figures that you're able to today without some insight from Dan Matthews. So appreciate all that you do there, Dan. And, my final thoughts here is, guys, you are the epitome of what makes this great nation tick. You are the epitome of what inspires soldiers on the field to protect free enterprise. As I started this conversation or this whole event earlier today, my hat's off. And by the way, anyone here, any of you, I know Doug, as I'm thinking about this, any of you here, if you can unmute or take your camera off and just wave to me if you've served in any capacity in either in armed forces or in anything with emergency services or anything like that. I am so grateful for you guys. In fact, I was at Chipotle with my son and just pointing out, an individual that served, and having my son pick up lunch for him and everything else. And we just appreciate folks like you that have served our country, and we love and appreciate that. And that's what we're able to have here, is we have the ability to freely speak about these great companies in this great nation that we have because of free enterprise. And I'm so thankful for those that have gone before us and paid the ultimate sacrifice so that we can have these kind of freedoms. But folks, I'm so excited. Yeah. Thank you. I'm so excited for what the future is going to look like with all of you getting capitalized, because what I'm seeing is just a phenomenon going on. I haven't seen this much money going into small private companies since the early 2000s. There's a wave of it that's still yet to come. There's these big waves that are coming in, and some people are like, should I get in now? Should I get in now? And people are swimming out, catching the waves. And guys, I'm so excited to see you get capitalized, because you're going to drive this economy forward. You're part of what makes this nation so great. And again, I am so humbled to be a part of it. I'm just a voice that is giving you some of my background, opinion, connections, and help you heighten the visibility of what you're doing. And it's an incredible honor. Thank you so much for me being able to do what I do to serve you guys, because I love getting up and my feet hitting the floor and knowing that I'm serving great folks like you guys, and championing the visions of your company so that we can go out and get you capitalized. Love each and every one of you. So super proud of every one of you. That's it for me. Go ahead and unmute, say goodbye. Say goodbye to everybody. Connect on LinkedIn as well. I encourage you guys to do that. I know some of you were pinging me saying, hey, I need to connect with them and do this and that. I'm a connector. So I certainly want to connect each and every one of you. And if you have a second, go ahead and unmute and just say thanks to Dan. I'll say it publicly again. Thank you, Dan. I'm so blessed by everything you do. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll be here again.
Thanks, Dan.
Let's look at the date for, we will be here on the 29th. Lord willing, that everything goes well. But on the 29th of April, we do the last Friday of each month. And so excited to see you guys there again, and all the other startups that will be presenting as well. Thanks, everybody. But that's it for today. Goodbye.
Thanks, Dan. We'll be talking.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Great job.
Great job, everybody.